The promise of a new season. Since 2020, the eyes of football fans in Week 1 in the Parkland have focused on the annual regular season matchup of the Farmington Knights and the North County Raiders. That was when schedule makers set their spot for Week 1, but the history of the two schools goes deeper than that. Since 1968, the two have met on the gridiron, a series of playmakers for the ages, tough, up-front trenchmen who dominated the line, and coaches who shaped the landscape of these storied programs. From Haug to Hale, Compton to Garrett, McDavid to Richardson, Ruck to Hahn, Forbes to Kraus, just to name a few. Last year's contest was one of the best of the rivalry as the heavily favored Farmington squad got behind early and the Raiders held off a late surge to come away with the first of many home wins on the season. This year's rivalry brings back ninth-year North County head coach Brian Jones, a team captain for the Raiders in '91, and longtime assistant under Raider football founder Matt Howe. No one knows more about the history of the program than its leader. Across the field finds the newest coach to the area in Brent Eckley. Coach Eckley is a former state champion with an impressive postseason record. It's the old guard versus the new guard. It's North versus South. It's the longest continuous rivalry on the gridiron in our area, and another chapter will be written tonight. Welcome to Year 2 of Parkland Sports Live, a group of former broadcasters and coaches with over 100 years of experience. Chad Speaker returns to Farmington High School, where he was the voice of the Knights for over a decade. Mike Reeves is back, the most trusted local sports voice, and weatherman will be back on the sidelines and in the booth all season. Jacob Towers will again be producing our broadcast with some new cool tricks, and Wyatt Colley will frame it perfectly with his camera. Plus, we'll have a new addition to the crew, as former longtime head football coach of the 1992 state champion St. Genevieve Dragons, Bob Stolzer, joins our team. The promise of a new season begins now on Parkland Sports Live. Why do so many people like working at the Southeast Missouri Mental Health Center?
The pay is awesome. What we do for our clients is awesome. The coworkers that we have, the staff, everybody is just, they're all welcoming.
I feel very supported. It's a great network of people that we have working here. We really work together, I think, to try to improve the lives of those that we serve.
The insurance is phenomenal. The cost is minimal. They're good to us, and the benefits are so great, you can't beat it.
Apply today.
When comfort matters, count on Capayas Heating and Cooling. Proudly serving St. Francis and surrounding counties, they are your local Bryant Factory authorized dealer, delivering top quality heating and cooling solutions for your home or business. Founded in 2004 by Chuck Capayas, a family-owned and operated company that you can trust. Visit capayasheatingandcooling.com today. Capayas Heating and Cooling in Farmington, 756-1224.
We got small town pride, big time selection. When you need a truck, we hope you point to Pettis. Provide the best service and the best price. We make sure we do what's right, make you a customer for life. We're locally owned, locally operated. When you need a truck, well, don't make it complicated. Just point to Pettis, we're here to answer every question. We got small town pride and a big time selection.
Hi, and welcome to Knuckleball Primetime, live from the Barn Studio, in conjunction with Parkland Sports Live. And we're joined via Zoom right now with internets and technology, Coach Brian Jones of the North County Raiders. Coach Jones, how are you today?
I'm good, Chad. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for being on. And I don't think we spoke briefly the other day, but we haven't spoke since last season. I want to congratulate you on what the Raiders had a nice season last year.
We did have a nice season. We've kind of felt like at the end of the 23 season that 24 was going to be kind of a defining season one way or the other. And the kids that we had back for 2024, they really they had a bad taste in their mouth from the 23 season. And I think after the little bit of a run that we had been on leading up to that, they had forgotten how easy it was to get complacent, and that got exposed in 23. And we really worked hard in that off season leading into 2024 to kind of change that around and turn it around. And we had a nice 2024 season. That's for sure. I don't know that we felt like we didn't underachieve. And, that's the big thing we always, try to accomplish, is just to make sure that we don't underachieve.
And you ended up the season with a 7-4 record, and your 4 losses were quality teams, right? Quality opponents. And from that success last year, are you able to roll with that momentum that you guys finished last year? Now, obviously, you lost some guys to graduation and maybe even some key pieces to your offense and defense. But are you able to use that momentum into this year?
We'll see. We'll find out. We knew at the end of last season when things kind of when all the football concluded in the state last year, we kind of had a postseason meeting, and based on everybody's records from last year that's on our schedule this year, our opponent's winning percentage coming into the 2025 season is right around 60%. So it's going to be one of the toughest schedules we played. It's the toughest schedule we've played during my tenure. So we hope that we had as good an off season as everybody else has had, and I think we have, but we won't really know for sure until this thing gets started.
Which it gets started this Friday. We are going to be on the call. The North County Raiders will be at the Farmington Knights, Parkland Sports Live, Chad Speaker, Mike Reeves, and we brought Coach Stolzer out of retirement. He's going to be on our broadcast team as well. Catch the live broadcast on the Parkland Podcast Facebook page and the Barn YouTube channel. Week 1, rivalry week. What better way to kick off the season than a lot of unknowns, right?
This year's probably more we know less about our opponent this year than we have in my entire tenure. And I'm not saying that if you look at our head-to-head since 2017, when I became the head coach, the Knights have us edged a little bit. But as far as having our kids prepared and having an idea of what we were going to see from the black and gold, we always felt like we had a pretty good idea. This year we are in complete darkness. We don't have any idea. And, we have film on Coach Eckley going back to 2012 that we've looked at and just kind of tried to piecemeal together some thoughts and ideas of what he might be thinking. And we got some film from him from Friday night's Jamboree. But we also know that Coach Eckley is a lot like me, and he's not going to show his hand. So I feel unsure going into this game as far as what to expect and how to prepare our kids, and that's probably the most concerning part of our preparation at this point.
Yeah, I think it's so interesting. In the past years, you've always had to prepare for Coach Krupe's pretty sophisticated defense a lot of the time. And now it's totally flipped the script where Coach Eckley is more of an offensive minded and it's a different style of offense. It's fast paced. It's pretty sophisticated, a lot of RPOs. And, do you focus more on what you think might happen, or you just focus on you getting your team ready, getting your team prepared the best you can?
A little bit of both. We have to prepare our kids to run what our offense is going to be this year. But at the same time, we also have to prepare our kids defensively to see, against what we think we might see Friday night. So it's been we have some ideas, and hopefully, some of that stuff will work out and, is going to be correct. And then what isn't, and the surprises, will be on us as coaches and the coaching staff to, try to figure out and make adjustments, make adjustments during the game and try to counter, what we see and maybe figure out different ways of different wrinkles of maybe moving the ball that we didn't expect to do.
We'll talk about the fast pace and the up-tempo-ness of what Eckley is known for, his style of offense. And obviously you want to be well-conditioned, but, going into week one, it seems like this week is a good week to really test the conditioning, making sure that you're able to keep up with that pace or, have strategic subs ready and put in when you need to, right?
Correct. We know that offensively, they're going to be fast-paced and up-tempo, and that's not going to be a surprise to anybody. I'll tell you this. I have told a lot of people leading up to this week that an early fall would be a friend to the Raiders, just based on our numbers and the guys that we're playing, both ways, and guys that are not coming off the field. The weather is going to help us Friday night for sure, as opposed to 2 years ago when we had a very hot game when it was I don't think we kicked off till 8 or 8:30. So having a little bit of fall weather this Friday is going to help us. Whether it's going to be enough, I don't know, and we don't know until our kids get into the fire.
We're talking about a lot of the unknowns of week one. You are pretty notorious for not participating in pre-season scrimmages and jamborees yourself, and typically I would say there's always a wrinkle or two in there. It takes a little bit for the opposing team to figure out, and I'm just speaking from experience here. But talk us through that approach and through that decision, because I guess the opposing argument would be that your kids are seeing very live action when it's a really meaningful game against a rival on week one.
It is, and back to when we moved the game from week 2 to week 1, I believe that was after the 2019 season. I kind of saw that Farmington at the time was going to be graduating several guys over the next couple of 2 to 3 years, and I knew looking down through our program what we had coming, and I thought that would be a good. I thought we would have the upper hand to move the game to week 1, where those guys would be young and inexperienced, and we would have experienced guys, playing, not necessarily making their first varsity starts week 1, like was the case for for the Knights in 2021 and again in 2022. So since then, that's kind of become a moot point. If anything, this year I think we both have a lot of guys that are going to be making first starts coming into this game. But as far as the jamborees, you mentioned. The last time we participated in a jamboree was 2019, and we had a really youthful squad that year, and we felt like we needed some kind of a preseason scrimmage to kind of get those guys that had not been varsity players used to the speed of Friday nights. And one of the things that we encountered that year at the jamboree was our first four opponents that season defensively played 4-man fronts, and the 3 teams that we faced in the jamboree played all odd fronts. So it really didn't carry over, and our kids really didn't get a lot of work other than getting some on the field experience. So since then, I felt like the juice of a jamboree isn't necessarily worth the squeeze, and there's a lot more risk than there is reward. And also it helps to not show your hand until points are being counted.
Let's talk about your squad. Brady McClure had a pretty impressive season as a young QB, showing some real poise. I think he impressed a lot of people in that regard, just the calmness and the poise that he showed in the pocket and just as a quarterback in general. But, of course, you're no stranger to starting young quarterbacks. I think of Wyatt Compton, who was a 4-year starter for you, and now he's on the staff. He's on your staff. And how does that help? How does having Coach Compton work with somebody like Brady? How does having Coach Compton on your staff help with that, somebody who's experienced it himself?
Well, just the experience factor, like you mentioned, as you will recall, Wyatt's first 2 years, or first 3 years, I guess, for us, or first 2 years for us as quarterback, they weren't great years. And we took we took a lot of lumps, and to be honest, neither one of those first 2 years he was able to finish the season from injuries, but he was resilient, and we knew from the first time he stepped on the field as a ninth grader that he was a competitor, and he ended up being a really good quarterback for us. One of the best in our program's history, and to have him on staff, coaching Brady is really an asset. One, because they got similar personalities. They're both they're kind of goofy guys, but they also know when to be serious. But there's also a fun element to them, so it keeps practices light, and those guys really mesh well together. And Coach Compton can be the good cop a lot of times when I'm frustrated, and maybe I'm getting on Brady a little more than I should. And then just the personal experience that Wyatt has playing in our program and playing for me. I wasn't the head coach then, but his junior year I was in charge of our offense, and just he can relate to he can help me relate to Brady, or help Brady relate to me, just from his experience. And as far as Brady goes, he's a student of the game. He loves football. He's a pretty good athlete in track also, but he really loves football, and they're a football family. Brendan, his older brother, had a nice career at Missouri Western, and we're fortunate enough to have him on staff as well. So football is important in the McClure house, and one of the things I really appreciate is that I'm really supported there, and that's becoming more rare all the time. So we talk a lot just about X's and O's and what we're trying to accomplish, but we also talk about just life things also, and try to make football fun.
You obviously graduated some guys last year that were pretty important to your success for last year. Who has stepped up this offseason and in the summer months is going to start filling some of those roles of guys that have graduated?
Boy, if I went to mention all these guys that have really showed up this summer, I would hurt somebody's feelings for leaving some out. But the place we took the biggest hit as far as graduation was our offensive and defensive lines, and two guys that are going to be playing on the offensive line that have been defensive starters but have not played on our offensive lines. Two guys that are going to be doing that this year are seniors, Seth King and Logan McCarty, and we asked them very early on in the offseason if they would consider it, and both of those guys were really unselfish and didn't hesitate and gave you the answer that you would hope for. But not only that, they proved they've proven this summer that they want to do what's best for the team, and they're going to work as hard as they can to be good offensive linemen. And then our other returning offensive lineman from last year is McKinley. And McKinley, I told somebody the other day, I did not realize how much McKinley improved over last season until the season was over, and I started looking back at our film. But he had really improved throughout last season, and he had a good offseason as well. So we're going to be inexperienced up front, but we also have some experience as far as game speed and playing, a Friday night game where the crowd's different and the noise is different and the speed of the game is different and the tempo's different. So I don't think it'll be quite as shocking as maybe it would be if you were playing, 5 new starters at the line of scrimmage.
Going into Friday and week 1, what do you feel are your team's biggest strengths?
These guys ask good questions, and they work really hard, and they are pleasers, and they want to have success this year. So anytime things aren't going well in practice, as far as maybe confusion or whatever, they're asking good questions, and they're receptive to the coaching that they get, even though sometimes it's a little bit hard. It's kind of hard coaching. They're really receptive to it, and they don't wear their feelings on their shoulders. And the big thing is they just enjoy being around each other. Our practices get pretty physical, and some of the drills we do get pretty physical, and there's no hurt feelings. These guys will fly around and knock each other off their feet, and then they'll kind of laugh about it and help each other up, and then big hug each other when it's finished. And when you get that kind of continuity in your program, fun things happen. And we enjoy the time that we spend together during the fall. Another thing about this group is they really knocked it out of the park academically last spring. I think we had over 200 A's and B's with this group of guys, and we had I think 2 disciplinary issues out of the whole team, and they're really good at getting to class on time, and they're they were kids that teachers liked having in their classes. And I've told a lot of people this too, including them. I'm not going to make any predictions about what kind of season we're going to have, but I know from past experiences, when you have guys that make the classroom and academics important and being good people important, they don't underachieve.
Being a former assistant coach myself, I always like to give some love to the crew, to the guys, to your staff. You've mentioned a couple already, but tell us about some of your staff and some of the responsibilities that they have.
Well, I had to start with the two. I tease them all the time. The 2 that came with the job, and that was Bobby Thomas and Ryan Roth. Coach Thomas and Coach Roth, they got hired, I guess, in 2015, and they coached 2 years with Coach Dallas, and then I was fortunate enough to retain those guys when I got hired, and they've been real assets to the program. They have good relationships with the kids. Coach Roth is also our boys track coach in the spring, and he is, I think this will be his third year, 4th year coming up, and they're starting to really build a good track program again that's competitive, and people have to take seriously at meets. Wayne Sheets is a guy that we got several years ago that we snagged from Perryville. Wayne was looking to get closer to home. Wayne has Wayne certification is kind of makes him very marketable. He is a dual credit science teacher. So we had an opening for a dual credit science teacher that not everybody, qualifies for. And the fact that he has that, and plus he was a football coach, made him very marketable to us. We grabbed him in 2019. And then I talked about Wyatt and Brendan. And then Coach Donzie, Jake Donzie, he's been with us at the varsity level now for 4 years. He's also our baseball coach. So if you think about it, I have 2 head coaches of other sports on staff with me. So we get a lot of ideas about how to run and manage programs. And maybe, they're seeing it from a different perspective than I am, which also makes us better as a unit. And then we have Logan Comfort. Logan's back for his 4th or 5th year. He does a great job with with our young guys, and he's growing into a real help on Friday nights from the press box, just with what he sees. Logan was a PJ guy, a PJ and Coach Schweiss guy, so he really understands football, and we've tried to adopt some of the stuff that PJ has done over the years defensively that he's taught me, and it's nice that Logan knows that stuff, so we're able to get our guys in that system very early on. And then we have a guy that's with us for the first year, David Ringwald, and David was a guy that played for Coach Stolzer. So he and Coach Donzie are 2 St. John guys. So we got a well-rounded group that we get to go and have fun with every day.
Coach, one thing I've always admired about you is your strong sense of appreciation for the history and the tradition of North County Raider football. How do you honor that? How do you let the kids know that? Because it's, some of that stuff is years and decades ago. How do you keep them aware of some of that tradition and what it means to the community, what it means to put on the blue and gold, and what it means to former players?
Well, it starts with our motto, and the motto we've had since I took over the program is we represent more than ourselves. And we talk about how people may not know, we may not know the people we encounter in the community, but chances are if they got a Raider football shirt on and if they've seen you on the sidelines with your helmet off, they're going to be able to put 2 and 2 together and know, hey, that's Brady McClure, or hey, that's Noah Lashley. And once people can put a name with the face, then they're watching you. And a lot of times they're watching, how you're going to, how you're going to act when you think you're not being watched. So representing more than ourselves, means that, we always want to, we're conscientious of the people that's wore the blue and gold before us, and we want to make them proud. And we're also conscientious of the people that are wearing the blue and gold after us, such as our RJFL kids that, that scrimmage before our home games on Friday nights. So you're right. I am a big historian, and Raider football is something that I've been passionate about. It's been part of my life since I stepped into high school in 1988, either as a player or a fan or an assistant coach or middle school coach. And it's something that, tradition gets lost pretty quick anymore. And it's something that, as long as I'm around, I'm going to make sure that people understand, what our tradition was. And you have to walk a fine line between making sure that they understand what our tradition is and trying not to, live in the past. And that's where I get in trouble. Sometimes I get accused of living in the past. But the one thing that I'll never forget is I always talked about how we used to have these massive crowds at games, like when you were in school, and then even during Coach Abishan's era, when he was in school. And you just take the Farmington game from 2004, we still got film of it, in the archives, and they were all the way around the old sunken in field at Farmington, 3 deep on both sides, and it was just an electrifying atmosphere. There's very few. There's been very few nights as a head coach or as a coach, a football coach on the sidelines, where I couldn't hear through my headset, and that was one of them. And it's just you try to convey that to the kids, and just how exciting that is. And they always thought that was just old war stories or whatever until the Hannibal game in 2021, and our fans showed up that night or that day as did Hannibal's, and they couldn't believe just how intense and electrifying and surreal the stadium was. So that's what it's about, because these guys will talk about that till they're old like we are, and just remember anytime they get together with their buddies, they'll talk about games from their past, and that's what it's about to me, just making memories for these kids.
You've been around the game a long time, but what does it mean to you to be the head coach of the North County Raiders?
It's not something that I take lightly, that's for sure. There's been no surprises in the job. I've told a lot of people that. I said, I don't know that I was the best candidate when I interviewed and got hired, but I know that nobody knew Raider football better than me. And there's been no surprises. It's great when things are going well, and you want to be careful where you go in the community when things are not going well. So it's a decision I've never regretted. It's something I look forward to, and overall, it's been a very, for me personally, it's been a very positive experience, and I hope a lot of other people that I've come in contact with over these past 8 seasons can say the same.
The clock strikes zeros on Friday, and what do you hope that the fans take away, that the communities, these two communities, it's a bitter rivalry, and it's been kind of nasty at times, but it's so good for, I think, both the communities, both the teams. And what do you hope the fans take away after Friday night?
I hope that they see a good physical ball game between two teams and two communities that really love their football programs and that really support their kids and their coaches. I always say I hope the fans get their $3 worth. I hope last year was a heart-wrenching game. I'm sure it took a few years off my lifespan, but at the same time, I don't think anybody knew what the outcome was going to be until the clock hit, to the end of regulation. It was a great back and forth game, and hopefully we can do the same Friday night. You mentioned the bitter rivalry. You're right. Several years ago, this thing was extremely bitter, to the point where there was some vandalism at football fields and stuff. And I'm glad that that's in our past. When we step on the field Friday night, obviously we want to play well and we want to win, but I don't think, there's 9 more games after that one. And regardless of the outcome of Friday night's game, if that's the only success you have the entire season, then nobody's going to remember that one either. So I just hope, people leave there Friday night and they understand that the players and the coaches really are passionate about their schools and about their communities.
I got one more for you, Coach. I just thought of it. What is it going to take to have a North County versus Central football game? Answer it if you want, and you don't have to if you don't want to. We could go on about that for another 40 minutes. And that's probably all I should say. I don't know that. I don't know. There's just a lot of there's a lot of variables and a lot of I don't want to say bitterness, but old schoolers haven't forgot what went, what all went on in the during 1999 when the MAAA disbanded, and I'm one of those old schoolers. I understand. Coach Brian Jones with the North County Raiders. North County Raiders at Farmington Knights. Parkland Sports Live with Chad Speaker, Mike Reeves, and Coach Stozer. Catch the live broadcast on the Parkland Podcast Facebook page and the Barn YouTube channel. Coach, as always, thanks so much for your time. I know you're busy this week and you squeezed us in, and I really appreciate that, and I always enjoy our conversations.
Thanks, Chad. I appreciate always talking with you.
Come see us after the game. Go Raiders!
Matt Stroud Excavating and Hauling has the equipment and know-how to get that job done right. They dig basements, ponds, lakes, roads, and clearings and haul in the rock. Check out Matt Stroud Excavating and Hauling's commercial work at Domino's in Farmington and Fredericktown and Leadbelt Motorsports. Call Matt Stroud Excavating and Hauling today at 701-3258. That's 701-3258.
Do you often ask others to repeat themselves? Is the TV volume creeping up higher? Hi, I'm Dr. Karen Melton, and it could be time to have your hearing checked. Hearing loss happens gradually, making it hard to notice. At Hearing Care Partners, we offer thorough hearing evaluations that uncover even subtle changes in your hearing over time. Early detection can improve your hearing and your life. Start prioritizing your hearing today. Schedule your appointment now at hearingcarepartners.com. At Hearing Care Partners, we listen so you can hear.
Since 1941, Busenbark Flooring has been Southeast Missouri's trusted name in flooring. This family-owned business features top-quality carpet, tile, and hardwood, along with countertops, kitchens, and bathrooms, all with expert installation. Need to haul it? Busenbark Trailer Sales has you covered. Come see the large selection of dump trailers, equipment haulers, goosenecks, livestock trailers, and more. Visit busenbarkflooring.com and busenbarktrailersales.com, or stop by and see everything at the Fairgrounds exit on Highway 67.
It's the memories made during a weekend with the girls, a family adventure, or a Sunday stroll in historic downtown. At First State Community Bank, we have a strong passion for small business owners and the students and families who live, work, and play here. Our passion for them runs deep because this is our community too. First State Community Bank. Success starts here.
Hey, this is Coach Eckley. You're watching Farmington Knights football on Parkland Sports Live.
Hi, and welcome to the Knuckleball Prime Time, live from the barn office. You got the Mox here, and I'm joined online right now with Coach Brent Egley of the Farmington Knights. Coach, how are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for doing this. Appreciate your time today. I know it's a busy time for you, and I'm glad we could squeeze this in. We won't take up too much of your time, but we're excited about Friday. So North County Raiders at Farmington Knights. Parkland Sports Live will be on the call with Chad Speaker, Mike Reeves, and we brought Coach Stolzer out of retirement for this one. So catch the live broadcast on the Parkland Podcast Facebook page and the Barn YouTube channel. What does this week look like for you? Is it last-minute preparation? Is it fine-tuning some of those things that need to get done before Friday?
We try to generally week to week stay in the same routine so that we don't put any one team on a pedestal and then overlook the next team. So we try to stay consistent. I think the kids benefit from having that kind of flow of the week. So this has been normal. Next week will be a little bit crazy with it being Labor Day and it kind of games on Tuesday and whatever. So that next week will be it'll be tougher. This week is just kind of just a normal week, and it's not that the opponent's not important. It's just I think our routine is most important, and kids have been working hard, and we've had some good practices, wonderful weather, so we haven't had to think about pop-up storms or 100 degrees, so that's been great.
Yeah, let's back up a little bit. How would you describe, obviously you got the job last year at the end of last school year, and you took the reins, and how did the summer go for you guys? How did the off season? Obviously you're implementing and putting some new things in that maybe some of your players aren't aware of. Your system going from a very different, especially offense, different style of system from the triple option attack to something that's more along your style of offense.
Yeah, it's the kids have been great. It's not easy. And they're learning pieces, that are going to be different in offense, defense, and special teams. So they've got a lot of learning. It would be I could compare it to if a regular student was in the school and they took for the first time first hour German and second hour Spanish and third hour Japanese. And it's like, that's kind of what it is. So they're having a lot of learning that's going on in a short period of time, but they've taken to it well. They've worked their tails off. Great summer, a lot of great reps. A lot of guys got better. I'm really pleased. I can't say that we're world beaters right now, but I'm really pleased with the commitment of the kids.
Where do you start? Because that's a huge undertaking of installing basically 3 phases of the game.
It's some people might look at it and say, man, that really sucks, but it's kind of fun. It's fun because you get to see, where guys have been. And I think one of the biggest errors that we make early on, what I've experienced as a coach, my biggest mistakes have been in year one, trying to figure out exactly who plays where. Because sometimes kids are like, I played guard last year, but I want to play tackle this year so my best buddy can play guard and we can play next to each other. When maybe they're both guards and one's just better than the other. And so we've had that happen over the course of time. And so we try to create measurables for the kids and what they do in their weight room and movement testing to try to identify where they need to go. But that's still kind of, a point that I'm pretty nervous about as far as trying to get guys in the right spot early.
Your first game being against sometimes bitter rival. That's a rival that has gone back a long ways. And I've been a part of some of that on both sides, actually. And I know this game means a lot to the program. I know it means a lot to the community. And physically, it sounds like your kids are ready. It sounds like your kids are ready. And it sounds like you had a great summer. Is there any mental preparation that goes into that? Because this is all new systems and it's our first, sometimes maybe your first Friday Night Light action. I know you have some returners, obviously. I don't want to talk about them, but it's a big stage.
Yeah, it's what we try to do. It's a good point. The mental piece of it, we try to get those guys to go through and picture what it'll look like, what it'll feel like, what it'll sound like. Try to put them in as many situations as possible before they get to the game. Try to focus as much on the fundamentals that win and lose games. We've talked so strongly about, ball security, and, generally if a team doesn't turn over the ball, they got a great chance to win. And so, we've talked about that quite a bit. But that mental side, we spend a little bit of time with our guys in doing some visualization stuff and some breathing things, because what we've recognized is, and you've probably seen it too, where sometimes you get in a game, you're watching a game and one team that's the team that's supposed to win turns the ball over early, and the other team runs a trick play, scores a touchdown. It's like, yes, we got him. And then the team that's supposed to win takes a deep breath and then just grinds out a drive and scores, and then does it about 4 more times. And it's like, all right, so that's who's supposed to win. Well, we're trying to get our guys to recognize that, hey, good and bad things are going to happen, play to play. But if you can take a deep breath and focus on the next play, you're going to be in way better shape to be able to do your best at that play if you're not looking backwards.
And I'm glad you bring that up, because I want to ask you about having patience in the process, because I'm sure even as coaches, the system, the plays, the success that it can have, because you've had plenty of having patience with your players, but then also teaching patience with your players as well. And specifically when things go bad early on, because, we're dealing with teenagers here, so they can easily check out sometimes. Keeping them motivated is not always easy. And especially when things are going wrong, but that's, really where your team kind of reveals itself. And I know we're kind of coaches talking here now, but I think there's a lot of truth in that. How do you teach that patience? Because sometimes it might not go the right way, or there might be some kind of trick play or an onside kick or something that you don't recover, where it could easily get you hanging your head down low and dragging your shoulders and your feet along. But to keep that patience and understanding of, hey, this is a game with 4 quarters and a lot of time. That's probably not something that's easy to teach. It's almost like you have to have experience doing it.
Yeah, you're exactly right there. And there's times where we spend some time talking body language, and, we try to give the kids adversity in their training, and then challenge them to have the proper body language and proper approach to the adversity they get. It's not exactly like a Friday night under the lights, but at least it's similar. And it's like we can go through that practice of that process of knowing it. When you talk about patience of the process, I would say I almost laughed at you, because patience is not one of the things that I would list myself as like, hey, he's a really super patient guy. Well, one of the things, the opposite of that, is I want to try to keep the expectations as high as possible for the kids, so that they know every play, if they're on the field or if they're on the sideline, they have a job to do, and they're expected to do their job. And if they do that, and every game, football is so awesome because you've got all these guys that are competing against each other. Offense is trying to move the ball and defense is trying to stop it. But within that, you separate it apart, and you've got individual battles. And it's like, we want to focus on winning the individual battle this play, and then set up for the next one and win your individual battle on that play, and then again. And if you get a whole bunch of guys that are doing that, you got a good chance to win.
Is football the greatest sport there is?
Yeah, there's no question. And I'll say this, I'm sure we have some other people that are fans of other sports have things to say, but football is the greatest team sport. And what I mean by that is we don't cut. If you can do the work, you can be on the team. You can be part of the team. It requires so many different roles. A kid that can play center can't play wide receiver. And a kid that can play defensive end might not be able to play nose guard. He might not be able to play a linebacker. But you try to fit guys together, and there's so many different pieces. We'll have guys that will contribute in PAT field goal and won't be on the field the rest of the game. We'll have guys that will compete and help us and fill their role at kickoff return and won't do anything else. And so, yeah, it's the greatest from that perspective. The other thing is, I would say the toughest things that you can do in sport, and I might be wrong. It's great that we had camp and team camp, and AJ really that we had camp and team camp, and AJ really grew a ton that week and has done a really nice job. And I feel really good about him being able to compete, for the job and to be able to help us win. It's not very often you can make it all the way through your season and being unscathed at quarterback. And so it's good to have him in that position, and he's done a really, really nice job. And speaking of Tatum, you mentioned about the transition. I think what's neat about it, Tatum's a competitor. And so, he wakes up in the morning like he's ready to compete at something, and he wants to do his best at things. And so this is neat because our system is a quarterback-driven system. And the quarterback's got to know what the left guard's doing. He's got to know what formation we're in. He's calling out formations. He's putting guys in motion. He's got to know when to snap the ball. He's got to get everybody set fast because we got to go quick. He's got to get signal. When I call check, he's got to be able to look, know what it is, know where the ball's got to do, where the ball's got to go. He also, 9 times out of 10, even more than that, I found the best quarterbacks are the guys that when I see it's open down the field, I see the ball go into that spot. That's the really good guys because we see it the same. So I'm calling it, and they understand, and they see it the same. And so that's a challenge. And Tatum's a kid that loves a challenge. And so as well as the pressure of like, I'm directing it, I'm in charge. If we succeed or fail, it's on my shoulders. I think he feels good about that.
We talked to Coach Jones yesterday, and he talked a lot about the unknowns because he's used to week 1 game planning against a sophisticated defense and Coach Krupe's defense. And now it's almost the roles are reversed to where he has to be defensive minded in something that he doesn't know what to expect. But I will also say that Coach Jones in North County is notorious for not doing pregame or preseason scrimmages, and they don't participate in jamborees. So I would say that maybe goes a little bit both ways. And part of that, I think, is he likes to throw some wrinkles in there every once in a while. So going into that unknown of week 1, first, you don't know how your team's going to respond under the lights, but then also what to expect. Is it sort of that old coach adage of we're going to focus on us and be as prepared as we can be rather than focusing so much on our opponent?
Yeah, we're trying that direction, and it makes me nervous too because when you're a coach that you're in a program and you've got years under your belt and kids coming up in the system, it's easier for you to put in a double reverse pass early in the game and completely change the momentum and really give you guys an advantage. And the same thing in all of their systems, whether it's offense or defense or special teams. There's wrinkles they can put in that their kids could very easily get to because they're not learning a base of the 3 phases. And so I think that makes me a little bit nervous as a coach trying to prepare for those things. Because you look at it, it's like, what if they do this? What if they do that? Well, then you're not doing anything. And so it goes back to what you said. We want to play hard. We want to play physical. And I know that's been something they've hung their hat on. So we want to be a physical team. We want to play fast. And again, we want to try to value the football and leverage. And those things should help us have a good night, no matter how the score turns out, if we can do those things. And it comes back, teenagers, right? We're trying to trust them. We're trying to get them to get their eyes to be disciplined, to react to what they see. And that's hard. It's hard, especially early in the season.
How important would you say it is for in-game adjustments? Because say there is a wrinkle that you weren't expecting. Say that they've been running this play for this, this certain way or this blocking scheme a certain way. And because they know that that they're going to throw a wrinkle in. Obviously the video on the sideline is helpful where you're able to see it and make the changes. But then also you got to rely on your players to make those changes in real time.
Yeah, I'm hopeful. We don't have a whole lot of guys that have to be on the field on both sides of the ball, and so I'm hopeful that we'll be able to make some of those adjustments and changes if we need to, that we can get the group together and not have to wait until quarter timeout or halftime, that we can kind of make those changes throughout the flow of the game. And I'm not for sure what North County looks like. We've got their roster, but we don't have any film to match it up on this year to see like how many guys are playing both ways. We don't know. So it'll be important for us to see, how we can make the adjustments and if our kids can process through it. That's a whole nother thing. Again, if you look at their program and kids growing up in it, they probably have very succinct language as far as changing what they're doing, and they already have the base and they can connect to it. And with our guys still learning base stuff, it takes more words to get us to make a change from what we're doing to something else. And so that'll be a challenge for us.
Josh McCarthy displayed some nice ability last year as a young kid. What does he look like a year more advanced, an entire off season to develop some more in the weight room and in the training? And what are some expectations for him?
Well, that's good. I don't know exactly what he played at last year. I was thinking it was maybe 185, but I'm not positive. I think he's about 205 right now. He out of all of our kids you look at him and it's like he could fit into a college locker room now. Like that's how he's put together. Now the question is whether or not we can get him to play like he fits into a college team. And I've been impressed with his work ethic. He's training, he trains a ton in addition to the things that we're doing, but he works hard. He's focused. He's a kid that we'll use on both sides of the ball. He's done really nice. He'll help us also in special teams, kicking the ball, punting the ball. Super talented kid. We've had some other kids been working just like that. The neat thing, I think the longer I do this, I recognize that when you have a kid that's dinged up, which he was in the spring a little bit, he had an issue with his back. And so he was struggling with doing track and he couldn't really do any of the spring football stuff. And so he was a little bit behind, but it gave other guys an opportunity to slide in there and get valuable reps to get better. And we were able to build depth. And that's happened, since the spring all the way through the summer. Guys, they're missed for whatever reason, and this guy steps up and he gets good quality work. So, but yeah, the expectations are high for Josh. He's not the only one. I feel like we've got, a handful of skilled guys that we have to be smart about getting the ball to them at the right time in the right space. And I think they'll be a load for another team to be able to match up with.
You talk about you've been doing this a little bit, had a ton of success, where you've been and won a state championship and many district and conference championships. And you've produced some college level athletes. Connor is at Mizzou right now, a starter, and he's doing really well. He's going to get drafted. Say that again.
I would say Connor's going to get drafted, which that would be the first kid that I've had. This is year 31 for me coaching. That'd be the first kid that I've had that's been drafted. And it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's amazing. Congrats to him. That's awesome. He's had a heck of a college career, and we'll see. They play tomorrow night, right? So we'll see. We'll see how he looks. How do you bring all that experience? I guess, how does that help shape the culture that you're trying to build at Farmington?
That's good. I think one of the things that I've actually put into words for people are this. We're trying to set our program up in a way that we are catering to the guys that are all in and want to be their absolute best at football. So we're not setting up our program to fit the guys that just want to wear the jersey. Those guys and me don't always see eye to eye. It's if you go all in, it's like we're all in the battle together. And that's kind of how we set up the program. So I think if a kid wants to play at the college level, if that's his goal, which that's a lot of young guys' goals to start with, if that's their goal, then I feel like in our program, we're going to do everything we can to put them in the best possible position, physically, emotionally, grade-wise, just develop them so that they're ready to reach for their goals.
We talk about the past success that you've had. What brought you back to Farmington, the Southeast Missouri area? And was there ever any consideration to coach ball at a higher level?
Well, yes, I've thought about it. And here's the thing: when I left Missouri, and I've told people this before, that Jackson is the best high school football job there is in the state of Missouri. There's no question, it's the best job. So when I left, I wasn't leaving because I was upset. I loved it there. I absolutely loved it there. But it was an opportunity for me and for my wife and I to go to Arkansas and collect our retirement and work. And so we were able to double dip for 2 years. But in that time, two really big things stood out. One, they can never pay you enough to lose. And two, we were in a really nice area, but we were 5, 6, and 9 hours away from our kids and grandkids. And so we were really kind of isolated, kind of in our own space. And it's like we missed family, and we in addition to that, we really missed the community that we had. We'd had all other schools up to the one that we just came from. Where we just came from, that school district has 21,000 students. And so it's just crazy. There's 3 high schools, 2 of them are doing football, and it's like everybody's going different directions. So what drew us back here, was family. We're now an hour away from 4 of our grandkids, and we're 5 hours away from 4 others. And so it's that's been really neat. I don't know if there's been hardly a week go by that we haven't had one of our kids or grandkids with us since we've been back. So that's been really neat. The other thing, when we were thinking about coming back, not only the family, but there's the sense of community amongst coaches. I've worked with a lot of guys for a lot of years and exchanged ideas and thoughts. And it's like, I felt really isolated in Arkansas, and all the work that I'd done here and all the connections I made here weren't worth anything there. I was nobody there. And the guys here, it's like we've like I said, we've exchanged ideas and thoughts and seen each other at clinics and compete each other at camps for the season. And it's brotherhood. And so that was something that was kind of missing. And why Farmington? Farmington, I always thought when I was at Jackson, had the most similar kids to the kids that we had there of anybody in our conference. And I felt like, always felt like this was an area that had good support for their programs and for their schools. And so it just kind of, everything, it just kind of made sense.
I know you don't circle on the schedule. All weeks are the same, right? But when you play against Jackson, and also I would say Cape, because there was that Jackson Cape, not hatred, but there was that a lot of years, and still, they're rivals too. Are you looking forward to those games? And what do you think? How do you think emotionally that'll be for you?
Yeah, I am. It's interesting though. I also was head coach at Union, and they're on our schedule this year.
Oh, that's right.
So it's really crazy. The only good thing for me is that both those games are here instead of those places. I think they're going to both be tough weeks, but I'd say more so Jackson, because I would have coached some of those kids that are on their roster. And anytime you're coaching kids, it's like they're your kids. And so it won't be one. Some people might think, wow, you're really going to want to beat those guys. And it's like, it's not that I am or I'm not, but there's more to it, because that was family for me for 11 years. And I still recognize it as close to family. So it'll be hard for me that week. It's not like I'll be torn, like, oh, I really want them to win versus I really want us to win. That's not it at all. But it's just like, there are so many good memories that I have of being there for the 11 years, of the things that we built, the things that we did. It's not easy to be on the opposite sideline as them. It would almost be like, coach. It's just like coaching against family. It's not easy. So I think a lot of other people will be really excited about, Farmington playing against Jackson, and Coach Eckley used to coach there. I think that's going to be a big deal. For me personally, I'm not really into that as much. It'll be a difficult week for me, because I feel connected still to some of those kids.
Couple more for you, Coach. I used to be an assistant coach, so I like to give a little shout out to the rest of the guys that don't always get the credit and also don't always take the blame either. Tell us about your staff and maybe what some of their responsibilities are.
They can tell you, as can any other assistant coach that I've had, they can tell you that I am a master delegator. And so we go through lists of things that I need done for us to have a good program. And then I give that to them, and then I expect them to do a really good job at it. And what I've found over the years is, when I give guys something to do, they generally do a better job at the task I give them than I can do. And so, and I think that's happening now. I think we've got some coaches here that are really good connectors with kids. We're down a coach, this year. We lost one late in June, so we weren't able to replace that. So we're all scrambling a little bit, trying to catch up with some areas. But the coaches have done a really nice job. We return to the staff, Jonathan Bird and Brad Barron, both played at Farmington. One played, probably 20 years ago, and the other one played more like 10, 12 years ago. So that's always neat to have guys back. And then Marshall Murphy's another guy that played here, and he played a little bit more recent than that. And then we've got new guys. Jake Barton was with our staff last year, but he was middle school, and so then he's up. Jace Bland is another Park Hills guy that was at Zumal East this last year, and so we got him. And then we've got Slade Kanegi, who has come from Cameron, and he's coached there for 8 or 10 years, and so I feel good about the guys that we've got. I wish we had more of them, but some of their tasks, if you think on a Friday night that it just happens, okay, 7:00, it's time for the game to start. There's so much that goes, into that beforehand. We are a 0-hour based team. So our guys, we're starting at 5:45 in the morning, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. And so our coaches are usually in at 5. So when you start looking at games on a Monday night game, they're in at 5 in the morning. And then if it's an away JV game, they're going to get back at 10 or 11. It's a tough turnaround for them. You look at Friday nights and it's like, they're there in the morning. Again, Coach Eckley being the delegator, I've got guys that are in charge of making sure that we have, press box videos set up, end zone videos set up, sideline videos ready to go. There's just a lot of pieces to it. Guys that are tagging film and huddle. There's just a lot of time. Coach Carnegie is in charge of strength and conditioning, so he's handling the weights during the day. All of our coaches are there in the morning when our football team is training, and he and I kind of share the training of that. But again, all the guys are there, and that's really key because you're getting connection with kids, and a lot of our boys, are growing up, split homes and whatnot. They need another adult male to help guide them. And so the more that we can get guys having contact with those kids, I think the better off we are.
How much of a pain in the ass is Jake Whitener for you?
Well, I'll tell you what, if the district would have just not promoted him, we'd probably be in better shape. He's assistant middle school principal. And so he was on our staff through June and about 2 weeks of July. And so that's one that's kind of put us in a hole. And it's like, it's good for him. It's good for his family. That's what he wants to do. And so we miss him, but yeah, the pain has probably been stronger the last 2 or 3 weeks with him transitioning into admin and us kind of having to just kind of scramble. But I'm sad that he wasn't able to stay with us, because he was a guy that I would have loved to have brought up and had on the staff, because he's got really great perspective and love for kids.
Yeah, and I'd say that he was on some of our broadcasts last year. He's a good friend of mine, good guy. So I knew he was probably a pain in your backside one way or the other. So
yeah, that's right.
Coach Brent Eckley of the Farmington Knights, North County Raiders at Farmington Knights. So it's a home game for you guys. Parkland Sports Live with Chad Speaker, Mike Reeves, and Coach Stolzer. Catch the live broadcast on the Parkland Podcast Facebook page and the Barn YouTube channel. Coach, the scoreboard is 0, and they're getting ready to turn the lights off. What does success look like for you guys and the Farmington Knights on Friday?
Every week it's going to be, that you got out of it healthy. I mean, that's going to be a piece. I hope that we can get just a little bit better each week, and that I can see, and I've been seeing it since the spring. I can see guys, this guy pops up a little bit this day, and this guy pops up a little this day. And so if we can look at it and say, hey, we got better at this and this and this, that's going to be success. The next two pieces are, if the kids, I really would like Coach Jones to come across the field at the end of the game and say, man, your kids think and play hard. That would be, that's the best compliment you can get as a coach. And then the next piece is when adversity hits us, that we can see that there are some leaders and some experienced guys that are righting the ship and not letting things go real bad and are helping us rebound and gather ourselves and move forward together.
North County Raiders at Farmington Knights, Parkland Sports Live with Chad Speaker, Mike Reeves, and Coach Stolzer. And we'll be on the broadcast, and we're looking forward to week 1, rivalry week, and see really we're gonna at least know some of the unknowns at this point.
For sure.
Next week, and we're looking forward to it, Coach. Thanks for your time today.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. It's been great talking to you, and appreciate what you do.
Life can feel like an uphill climb, but no one has to face it alone. Everest Counseling, based in Farmington, has been empowering individuals and families for over 20 years, offering support through life's toughest challenges. Specializing in at-risk youth and serving rural communities, the experienced and compassionate team provides the guidance and the tools necessary to thrive. Whether you're dealing with stress, anxiety, trauma, family conflicts, or just need someone to talk to, Everest Counseling provides personalized services to meet your needs. Contact Everest Counseling today at 573-330-4452.
Looking to buy or sell a home or commercial property in the Parkland? Meet Sonia Wilson with Triple Creek Realty. Sonia is on the cutting edge when it comes to getting your listing in front of potential buyers. Like this charming and updated home located next to Central Middle School in Park Hills. Lots of space, including a 2-car garage and workshop. Ready to make a move? Call Sonia at 573-631-5367 today.
Hi, this is Trent Quiava, owner of Cornerstone Furniture and Mattress located in Park Hills. Come in now and enjoy all of our top savings with all the top name brands. We have Smith Brothers, Ashley, Southern Motion, England, and many more. We have all the top name appliances as well. LG, GE, Frigidaire, Bosch, and we offer mattresses. We offer free delivery and setup with 0% financing. Come in now and see our perfect selection and our perfect piece for you. Let us turn your house into a home at Cornerstone Furniture and Mattress, located on San Joe Drive in Park Hills.
Well, the sun continues its descent to the St. Francis Mountains as the curtain rises on another year of St. Francis County football, and we wouldn't want to start it any other way, but some rivalry football tonight as North County makes that short trip down Highway 67 to Farmington. We tell you good evening from Hale Memorial Stadium for our second year of football coverage on Parkland Sports Live. We thank you so much for joining us last year, and we're looking forward to another exciting year of football this year on the podcast. I'm Chad Speaker, and so pleased to be joined in the booth this year by Bob Stolzer, the Hall of Fame coach. And Coach, you have been a football junkie, a football lifer, and it's great to have you along to get your perspective on some of these teams and some of this action this year.
Yeah, it's good to be a part of it, Chad. Really looking forward to it. I've done a little bit of it in the past, and it keeps me involved enough to satisfy that desire for football. I mean, I still know majority of the coaches in the area, so it's always good to come and visit with them for a while before the game or after the game. So it's fun to still be a part of it and not have to put in the long hours of practice and all that.
No wins and losses. That's kind of guys too sometimes.
Yes, it's kind of a neutral situation, so to speak.
The other member of our broadcast team is Mike Reeves. And Mike, you've seen a game or two out of this rivalry, and I want to thank Chad Winch with Knuckleball Primetime for his great interviews between these two coaches, Brent Eckley and Brian Jones. And Coach Jones was pretty candid in his interview. Yes, it's a rivalry, and yes, there has been a little baby of bitterness over the years even.
I think you could see that every so often, guys. That's normal in a matchup like this one. I think for the most part it's been a rivalry that has been a fun one, and occasionally it gets a little out of hand. I don't sense this year being the intense out-of-hand type rivalry, but once the game starts, you pray that doesn't happen. Guys, I will say this. If there's two things I'm happy about tonight, one, no wet ball breedings to worry about. I'm not even looking at them. And two, we don't have lightning strikes within whatever. No, let's just play football. This is going to be a whale of a night, guys.
A little bit cooler, too, than some of the hot temperatures we've experienced over the last few years. We want to thank our pregame sponsor, Knuckleball Primetime, and Chad Winch. He's with the Barn Media Group and Podcast Network, your one-stop destination for all things independent. Dirty Right Rear Podcast, Knuckleball Primetime, Tippy Joe Show, Vulgar Display of Podcast, Midwest Mixtapes, Bible Time at the Barn, and more. Something for everyone, really. Follow the Barn on all the socials. Find the latest episodes of your favorite show wherever you get your podcasts. Mike kind of mentioned it, Coach Stolzer, and you were part of such a tremendous rivalry in St. Genevieve, same town, where you had St. Gen High and Valley High, and over the years that was an intense rivalry, but very respectful, though.
Yeah, we've always had a great, respectful rivalry. The kids in a small town like that, these kids, our kids grew up together. The St. Genevieve and the Valley kids grew up together. And, you know, whenever we got on the football field for game day, it was almost like playing a version of the earlier backyard games or whatever. But, it was always an intense game. There were years where St. Gen went in as a favorite and we might have gotten beat, and vice versa. There were years when Valley was a favorite and we beat them. And the kids always handled it very, very well. It's just, once the game was played, they probably had their little puns or whatever. We got you guys this year. But after that, it was a big support for one another. I mean, we always rooted for them. They rooted for us. to do well in the rest of our games, but come the Valley St. John game, it was divided just like this rivalry is here tonight. You look at the field, man, we got a great crowd tonight. North County's got this section all blue over here in front of us. You look across the field, the home side's full of the black and gold over there for Farmington. So great atmosphere for a football game tonight.
It's been a pretty even rivalry over the last few years. It was a great game last year, a game, Mike, that you and Greg Allen called. 24-17, it was a one-score game. Saw a couple of field goals, saw some special teams, but ultimately it was North County able to withstand that rushing attack of Farmington and kind of slowed them down enough to win that home matchup last year.
And that Farmington offense last year, as it was when Eric Krupe was here pretty much for all the tenure that he was in place, it was a running-oriented offense. So if you slowed it down, you were in good shape. We're probably going to see a different look. I mean, there's no doubt that Brent Eckley brings a different feel and a different way of doing things offensively, especially. Guys, I'm going to make the first obvious statement of the year and get it out of the way. I'm watching for turnovers tonight because so many games tilt right there. If one team gives it up 3 times and the other doesn't, then you're going to have a big advantage in your favor. So let's see if we can play some clean football tonight and then let the 2 teams decide it.
Coach Eckley brought the air raid offense really to the state of Missouri in 2000. He came from Lexington, Kentucky, where he had gone to a camp that summer with Hal Mumme and Mike Leach. And he brought that offense to Montgomery County, and quite honestly, high schools weren't ready for it at that time. Coach Eckley has had so much success. He built a program in Montgomery County. The year after he left, they went to the state title game, went to the quarters at Union, and, of course, won the state title there at Jackson. Coach, you and Coach Weiler were able to change and tinker offenses, but your foundations were set.
Yeah,
he has to completely redo it. Can you get a new offense installed all the way?
Well,
in this first game?
It's something that schools will build on or teams will build on as the year goes on. I was thinking on the ride over here this afternoon from St. Genevieve, thinking about past. I know I looked at the schedules, and both these teams, they won't be playing one another. Farmington's in a bigger class than what North County is, and Misha released their district pairings today. Anyhow, we're getting ready to kick off, see who's going to receive here.
North County won the toss, Coach, and they deferred, and so Farmington will accept the kickoff. And want to mention our great cameraman, Wyatt Colley, as he'll give us our pictures, as Farmington will receive to our right side. And Jacob Towers, our engineer, did such an awesome job last year. He's back with us this year as well. North County will be in their road white uniforms. They've got blue numbers and letters with a yellow outline. They've got the blue helmets with the radars on the side. And for Farmington, Mike, how about the new? Do you like the new jerseys? What are your thoughts? They got the gold pants. They've got the gray jerseys, huh?
I like it if I'm just going to be watching a game and enjoying it. I don't like it if I'm doing what you guys are doing, because I think it's going to be hard to differentiate some of those numbers tonight. So I'll give you help when needed down here closer to field level.
It is a little difficult, but I'll tell you, it beats the pants off of their old road jerseys that were white, pale yellow with no outline.
Well, the direction of that sun is shining off those jerseys, it's going to be tough. Chad, I'm gonna let you announce all the numbers.
All right, tonight. I'll do my best. Cole Mullins to kick it off for North County. He'll go from the left to the right side, and Farmington will place 2 men deep, and they'll set Josh McCarthy and Coy Fripp back there. A couple of speedsters for this Farmington outfit. Crowd comes to life. North County has traveled that short distance and packed this side. Farmington has filled up a side across from us. We're going to play some rivalry football tonight to start off this 2025 season right here on Parkland Sports Live. Thanks so much for joining us, folks. Cole Mullins with the right leg. He's been the starting kicker since his freshman year. He is a weapon for this team, capable of sending this thing into the end zone for a touchback. He does kick it high and deep, and it's taken by McCarthy as he rushes it around the left side of the 20. He's got a corner to the 30. He's got a block to the 40, and out of bounds at the 44-yard line. Josh McCarthy, not only big, but fast. He can break tackles and run away, and he sets up this Farmington offense in good shape. Let's meet our Copias Heating and Cooling starting lineups. The Knights will play Tatum Tinsley, a quarterback, 205-pound senior. Matt Canterbury's the center. Anderson Tischer and Connor Farrell are the guards. Isaac Owens and Scott Fripp are the tackles. We'll see Corbin Phillips and Nolan Blankenship at wideout spots. McCarthy, Owens, Fripp will be in the slots. Coy Fripp will be the running back starting out this thing. And Tatum Tinsley, a backup quarterback in his younger years, a tight end last year. Coach said it was obvious pretty early on he was going to be the guy that was going to be the trigger man for this team. And he spins it out quickly to the right side. One pass and one completion for this up-tempo offense. And so 1 for 1 as that pass goes complete on the first try to Chase Owens for 8 yards.
Farmington motioned man over to the left side, to the right side for trips. It seemed like there was a little mix-up already in North County side. They didn't move over to cover that, and thus they got a nice completion.
You've got 2 wides to the right, 2 to the left. They actually have a tight end in this formation, and Fripp with the running back right beside Tinsley. Tinsley hands it off to Fripp. He plows forward for a 3-yard gain and move the sticks for the first time as Farmington is able to get into North County territory and gain a first down. Tinsley's also going to be, Coach, a runner at that quarterback position. Good speed and good power at 205. So Fripp gets the first down on the 3-yard gain, and Farmington's got a 1st and 10 at the North County 47-yard line. Tinsley rolls to the right side, loses his balance. He's caught behind the line of scrimmage and taken down by Lynn McKinley. A loss of a yard for Tinsley, and that'll put Farmington at a 2nd and 11. Let's meet the starters on the defensive front for North County, courtesy of Copitis Heating and Cooling. Our starting lineups look like this. Lynn McKinley along that defensive front just made the play. Colton Bullock and Seth Keene are the ends. You've got Noah Lashley, Jackson Shervis, Logan McCarty, and Jesse Johnson as the linebackers. Brady Duncan and Jack Walker are the starting corners. Jamal Robinson, Cole Mullins are the safeties. This time it's a handoff and a mesh point to the right side. And Farmington is pushed out of bounds all the way down at the 37-yard line. So a big gain of 10 yards on that. Was that a jet sweep that time to Fripp?
No, it was just a little zone read. They motioned away from it and gave it to the tailback going back the other way.
So from the 47,
outside zone.
Yep. From the 47 to the 37 for the Knights, and they try to keep these sticks moving. Now Tinsley back. Quick pass over to the right side. And once again, it's Chase Owens. And Owens is driven out of bounds at the 26-yard line. I think he's going to have enough for a first down as they set the ball down. Indeed, a gain of 11. So Tinsley has had 2 completions, both to Owens, good for 19 yards. They check that mesh point. Tinsley keeps this time, tries to dance between 2 would-be tacklers, noses it forward for perhaps 3. Taken down inside of the 24-yard line.
Another zone read. The quarterback couldn't really get a decision on what he wanted to do at time.
Tinsley, the ball carrier right there. 2nd and 6. Tinsley flips it quickly left side. Passes complete, but good coverage by the corner right there and a quick tackle. Fripp was the one that caught the ball. Yep. So it was Isaac Fripp that time on a gain of about 5. But Tinsley's been pretty efficient here early on. Offense looks pretty organized for a newly installed
good for a
unit.
first game of the year.
Yeah.
They're moving quick, too.
Something that we're going to task Mike Reeves with tonight is who's maybe in the better condition if Farmington's going to try to push the ball this fast the entire game. They'll run a substitution into the ballgame. Nolan Blankenship going to be the wide receiver to the left side. Fripp beside him. Coy's the wide receiver, or the running back to the right side. Corbin Phillips is out there. And they'll give us to Coy Fripp. Coy tries to sail through the middle of the line. He only needed a yard.
Inside zone, he picked up about 4.
Yeah. So Coy Fripp pushes the sticks forward. Matt Canterbury, Anderson Tischer, Connor Farrell, Isaac Owens, Scott Fripp. Boys up front and getting the job done for the Knights. Knights trying to score on their first possession of the year. There's a missed exchange, but the play is called dead anyway.
Looks like we might have had a legal procedure, yes. A legal procedure, so that's going to come back 5 yards.
Snap just a little high that time, and By the time Tatum got it down to Fripp for the jet sweep, they had missed kind of their timing on the mesh point, and that early movement happening right there down there with Mike Reeves. You've got a nice perspective down there, Mike, right along that line of scrimmage.
Well, right until that play, guys, how sharp this has been. I mean, amazing how sharp they've been. However, you've still got that last bit of yardage that you got to try to manipulate.
Give us to Coy Fripp. Coy's met at the line, but the big boys give him a little extra push there.
Picked up about 5 yards on that one.
So 3 carries for Coy Fripp here early on, 12 yards. And the Knights are not only inside this red zone, but pushing down near the 10-yard line. They're at the 14 right now. Quick substitute for the Knights as they'll run a wide receiver, Camden Kimbrough, into the lineup along that left side. Tinsley is back to pass. He's got a man open in the right corner of the end zone, but wants to keep it. He's to the 10, to the 5, cuts, puts the head down.
Inside the 5.
And he chugs all the way down to the 1-yard line. Good, tough run by Tatum Tinsley right there. However, a flag on the play. The flag was thrown completely on the other side of the field behind the play. But it's a hold against the Knights.
Hold against Farmington. I'll take him back 10.
Do you like Tinsley had a flag route early on, Coach, that looked like it was going to be open for a touchdown, but he also had room to run.
Yes.
What do you prefer on that play?
Well, tell your quarterback, if he can, instead of throwing it in traffic, tuck it and run, and as he did, and heck, he picked up, about 11 yards on that play if it would have been with, take away the penalty.
Was going to set up a 1st and goal at the 1,
yes.
But now it'll be a 2nd and 18 for the Knights as they're all the way back to the 20-yard line. Coy Fripp, the running back. McCarthy's a wide out to the right side now. He's a guy that can really run. Nolan Blankenship, the other wide to the right side. Farmington has a tight end off to the left. They'll run an RPO right here and a back shoulder throw. This is intended for McCarthy, and he hauls it in at the 1-yard line.
He did a good job of coming back for that ball or catching it behind him, so to speak. Set up a first down the way it looks inside the 1.
19 yards for the Knights. And Coach Eckley telling me McCarthy has among the best hands on the team, and you saw it right there. Coy Fripp, the running back, the give is to him. Fripp digging to the end zone, but shut down before he got there. Tremendous tackling by Noah Lashley, the middle linebacker, and one of the big hitters on this Raiders defense. So North County got tough right there. But Farmington still looking at a goal to go, and they've got 3 more chances if they want. 2nd down now. Don't be surprised if Tinsley runs it. He's a good runner as well. Fripp off of his right hip. Tinsley to the mesh point. Keeps it. Dives for the end zone. And finally in on the second effort. The 2-yard touchdown run by Tatum Tinsley. And the Knights take their first drive of the season, set up by a good kickoff return by Josh McCarthy into the end zone, and they're on top 6-0 in this rivalry game with 8 minutes remaining here in the first quarter of play.
Only took 4 minutes off the clock to get that. I guess it was a 11-play drive down there. Things are clicking. Take away the penalties. They haven't had anything hardly moving them backwards.
Overcame a holding penalty there.
Holding and a legal procedure.
Here's Josh McCarthy. McCarthy's going to play a lot of roles for this team as he'll be the kicker as Farmington looks for the extra point here. The snap is there. The hold is down. McCarthy swings the right leg, and the extra point sails up and through. A 7-0 lead for Farmington. 8 minutes remaining. Let's take a timeout, and we're back after this with the kickoff to North County right here on Parkland Sports Live. Farmington Knights lead at 7-0. 8 minutes remaining here in this first quarter of play. North County will get their first look at the football as we get our first touchdown reports from Mike Reeves down on the field. And Mike, pretty efficient offense for something that's just been installed.
Oh, without a doubt, I think they looked incredibly sharp. I'm glad on your call of the score you mentioned the second effort. That's why he scored. He had that lean almost to the goal line, and then one more push got him over. But I know you can say, well, you take away the penalties, it was a perfect drive, but you can't take away those penalties. That's one thing they want to clean up, but the execution of their plays, boy, they look sharp for an opening drive of the season.
Brady McClure is an excellent athlete for North County. He'll be the deep man. McCarthy, the kickoff man right here, he's capable of some touchbacks. McCarthy just got the extra point. He swings that right leg, and he hammers this thing into the end zone. That was 4 yards deep. How about that one? Let's meet the starting lineups now on this side of the ball. The Capayas Heating and Cooling starting lineups. And it's Brady McClure is the quarterback. He'll have Noah Lashley back there to run the ball. We'll see Chase Ziegler back there as well. The front line looks like this. Logan McCarty, Colton Bullock and Thad Kay, McKinley Lynn and Seth Keene. Wide receivers will be Jackson Scherfus and Jonah Montgomery. We'll meet the Knights defense now as they'll go with a 3-3, coach, kind of made famous a little bit by Iowa State, and it started
the way the balls fit, the way the air's full of footballs nowadays, people taking down linemen, putting them back in the secondary, or outside backers or extra corner safeties, and you do what you got to do. 3
linemen will be Isaac Owens at the nose, Joey Bales at a tackle, Mason Probst at an end. The backers, Caleb Lease, Porter Herman, and Josh McCarthy. On the corners, Hudson Buchanan and Owen Barron. Kendall Wright and Jackson Tinley are the safeties, and Bryce Busenbark plays that hybrid spot they call a gator, kind of a nickel back. It's North County football. Here's their first chance with the football, and they'll start it off with a jet sweep that is tracked down in the backfield, and a whole host of Knights getting there to bring a man down.
There wasn't a corner established there for that.
Jackson Tinsley, the first one there, and Caleb Leask helping out as well, as Brady Duncan is thrown for a 3-yard loss. Well, it's only the first play, but the team speed looked pretty good on defense there.
They flew to the ball.
Brady McClure, he threw for just 819 yards last year. He led the team in rushing with 693 yards. He's a good multi-threat quarterback, and they're going to roll him to the left side here. He wants to throw the ball, it looks like, but he's sacked in the backfield, and Farmington has gotten into the backfield on the first 2 plays as Caleb Leask goes back there to chop him down for a loss of 4.
Farmington's done a good job of sliding the line. Their kids are getting through there where they need to get through, but they're not running themselves out of the play right now. They're just sliding the line and finding a gap to get through and getting up, making a tackle for loss.
So 3rd and long for North County here, deep in their own territory. They've got it at their own 13-yard line, and it's a 3rd and 17. And Coach Jones says these are some of the type of things that we might have to rely on Brady for this year, is an increased efficiency in the passing game. You would think of passing down as McClure gets it, whips it quickly over to the left side in the flat. McCarthy with the tackle, a gain of a few that time, as that one was completed to Kyle Strawn for a gain of 6.
Got her back up the original line.
So, yes, you throw the ball there, but you do it kind of in a safe manner that time to see if you can get to the edge.
Yeah.
Cole Mullins is the punter. A timeout on the field. You know, we've got, Mike Reeves, we've got 2 Hall of Famers here tonight. Did you know that?
I knew you're sitting next to one.
We've got one right off my right shoulder. Bob Stolzer in the Missouri Coaches Hall of Fame, also the Missouri Sports Hall of Fame. And Coach Stolzer with 206 wins and a state title to his credit. But we have another Hall of Famer here tonight as well. Coach Brent Eckley is in the Hall of Fame, and he's an active coach. And Coach Stolzer, I don't mean to spoil anything for you, but Coach Eckley has one more win than you do. 270, you're 206.
Oh, well.
So a couple of good guys here, I guess.
So I guess I need to start rooting against Farmington.
Well, either that or come out of retirement.
I don't even know. I didn't get a chance to talk to Coach Eckley before the game tonight, but one of the things I wanted to ask him was how many years he's been coaching. I know he's a retired educator, but he's kind of like I did. I stayed on for 5 years after I retired and coached. And that's basically what he's doing again now. He retired a couple of years ago when he went to Arkansas. Coached 2 years down there, so this is his 3rd year of being a retired educator and still coaching.
So Cole Mullins gets a pretty good snap. Oh, he's going to run to the right side. He might fake it. Now he's going to punt it, Australian rules style. Kendall Wright grabs it at his own 36-yard line, picks up one block, over to the right side, breaks another tackle, picks up another block. He's to the 45. He's to midfield, trying to outrun another man, and he's down to the North County 40-yard line. The second consecutive possession that Farmington will start with excellent field position. Now, Mike Reeves, we're talking about Hall of Famers. There was another one from this area just this past summer. We say congratulations to Corey Schweiss, huh?
I mean, what a list of names you just gave there. Sorry, Coach, to put you on the spot with you right here with us. But still, it means something that you're recognized by your peers and by the people that watch what you do, and it's just terrific. We got so much of that talent in our area and have had over the years. That's why Friday nights are such incredible fun, because we got that across the area year after year after year.
You got that right. It's fun to celebrate, too. Trips to the left side, 2 men off to the right side. They'll spread it out. Tinsley runs it. He's up the middle of the field to the 40. Breaks a tackle to the 30. Stumbles across the 20. Down to the 10 and the 8-yard line. A big run by Tatum Tinsley right there. And a gain of 33 yards. Well, the boys up front seem to be doing a pretty nice job here early on for this Knights offense. They've given Tinsley time to pass, and this time they open a hole for him right in the middle of that line.
Tell you, Farmington is looking pretty sharp in the early goings in the first quarter here.
Of course, for Brent Eckley's offense, they usually score in more than 11 plays.
Yeah.
But they've only had one in this possession so far, and now here's the second one, and they'll run a jet sweep down inside of the 2-yard line to Isaac Fripp. It's a gain of 6 for Fripp. And the Knights are threatening once again. So Farmington has the ball down inside of the 2. Coy Fripp, single setback. They give to him. He stutter steps. He waits. He sees the hole, and he dives in for another touchdown. A 2-yard score for the Knights. This time, Coy Fripp, 4:47 remaining here in the first quarter of play. The Knights offense has touched the ball twice, and they've got 2 touchdowns to show for it. The first time, it took them 11 plays. This time, only 3.
Did not take long at all. Definitely momentum is on Farmington's side right now.
Here's McCarthy for the extra point.
We're going to try to get this thing back on the air. So we're going to wait for the extra point, then I'm going to log off the phone.
Farmington has a good-looking snap. The hold is secure, and the extra point sails up and through. It's 14-0 Knights. 4:47 remaining in the first frame. And we're back right after this on Parkland Sports Live.
Why do so many people like working at the Southeast Missouri Mental Health Center?
The pay is awesome. What we do for our clients is awesome. The coworkers that we have, the staff, everybody is just, they're all welcoming.
I feel very supported. It's a great network of people that we have working here. We really work together, I think, to try to improve the lives of those that we serve.
The insurance is phenomenal. The cost is minimal. They're good to us. And the benefits are so great, you can't beat it.
Apply today.
They make a mistake and they come back and overcome it.
14-0. Knights on top here on Parkland Sports Live. It's Farmington and North County, and we go down to Mike Reeves. And Mike, we saw the run of the pass, and we saw good pass protection that first drive that the Knights line offered. This time we saw them really drive block, and Farmington used the ball on the ground and just kind of muscled it in.
I think sometimes, guys, that Brent Eckley is so known for the passing proficient offense that he has had over the years that you forget it's been a pretty balanced offense even when he had great passers and great quarterbacks. We're seeing that already here. And guys, let's not take away the special teams and what it's meant to this game. 2 good kick returns.
Josh McCarthy sends line. It's taken by McClure, but he made a little something out of it. Got it out to the 17. Yeah. Coach Eckley, when he first brought that air raid in, really leaned heavily on the pass at Montgomery County, then at Union with Jordan Webb. And then at Jackson, they were really pass heavy, but then he said, you know what? I think we need to balance this thing out a little bit more. And he even admitted it. There were times early on in his head coaching career that they would line up at the goal line at the 2-yard line and they couldn't punch it in the end zone because they were so reliant on the pass. He said when we found that balance and when our defense got better, that's when our teams really rose to the next level. North County football once again. Brady McClure, the trigger man. Behind him, Noah Lashley. Twins to the right side. That's Jackson Scherfus. Wide to the right side. And a man in the slot. They'll go to Scherfus. Scherfus gets it, quickly tagged. Leans forward for perhaps a yard, but the gray shirts close down quickly on that one. That's Bryce Busenbark from that Gator position, wrapping him up. Gain of a yard that time. McClure 2 for 3. He's got 7 yards passing. Like to thank some sponsors, including Busenbark Flooring and Trailer Sales. They know Bryce. Hearing Care Partners and Everest Counseling. Thanks for sponsoring our coverage of this great rivalry football game tonight. Hand off over the left tackle. That's Chase Ziegler. Now, we haven't really seen a lot out of Noah Lashley, Coach Stolzer, but I think Noah Lashley's going to be a major factor this year. He's 5'10", 206, can really run, and Ziegler's a nice compliment to him in the backfield. And maybe their best running back might be their quarterback, too.
Good size, definitely good size. He's only a sophomore. We got an injured player down on the field.
Can't catch his number, but we'll find out and let you know. We'd like to thank, as we said, some of our sponsors, and that includes Domino's Pizza. We'll award the Domino's Pizza Player of the Game after this one goes final, and also we'll award the Pettis Automotive Player to point to. So it might not have been the individual stand-up, but a guy that really contributed. So we'll be talking about that as we move along, as we thank Ryan Blankenship Insurance and First State Community Bank, along with Matt Stroud Excavating. We're going to step aside for just a moment. 3:58 remaining here in the first quarter. 14-0 Farmington on top. North County looking at a 3rd and 7 from their own 20 when we come back on Parkland Sports Live. Well, a nice round of applause by the Farmington faithful as their injured player does get up and starting to limp off. And Mike, he was lying right down there by you.
Yeah, it's the senior defensive lineman, Mason Probst, and all of the attention was on his left ankle or foot, maybe both, and he has put pretty much no weight on that as he makes his way across the field over to the Farmington sideline. He knew immediately, as soon as the play ended, he went down, he fell onto his back, he put his hands up on his helmet like, no. He knew something bad happened, and he was going to be needing some kind of assistance. He's got that now, but the way he went off the field there, you got some concerns as to what the level of injury might be. But again, left ankle, left foot.
Colin Moon checking in for him. It's a pop pass out to Scherfus along that left flat. He does manage to pick up about 5 yards, but still shy of the first down by a pair.
A little screen there. It just, Farmington's D-backs read that very well. They saw the inside man or the middle man take a few steps up and then come back for the ball, and they're very quick reacting to things.
4th and
looks
2.
Like they're going for it.
And there's an offensive alignment going on right here. A late substitution for North County as they'll send in Jonah Montgomery, a tight end. And they have their offense on the field. How about this roll of the dice fry, Brian Jones? Brady McClure puts it in the gut. Oh, he's stacked up in the backfield. Noah Lashley goes nowhere. 3 gray shirts converge and haul him down at a big 4th down turnover as Porter Herman, the Mike linebacker, steps in and sticks him. And for the 3rd possession in a row, the Knights will have fantastic field position. This, the best one yet.
Oh, on the 23-yard line, my gosh.
Lashley, coach, really, he never had time to get his feet moving there.
They were on him like boom.
Knights football They're going to try to speed this thing up now as Tinsley looks deep into the end zone, going for it all, and overthrows his man intended for Corbin Phillips. But Brent Eckley, one of those guys, they call it a quick change, Coach.
Yep.
You get the ball on the turnover, boom, you're looking for 6.
Yeah, they're looking for 6 right away off the turnover.
In fact, Mike Leach used to call one of his plays 6, where Brent Eckley originally got the offense. It had 4 vertical routes. So why do they call it 6? Because they were looking for a touchdown.
Yes.
That's why. Twins to the left, twins to the right side. Tinsley, quarterback keeper, runs to the right. He's to the 20, dives across the 15, down to the 14-yard line. He's near first down territory.
Picks up about, it's going to be close. They gave him the first down, pick up a 10.
Tinsley has 5 carries and 47 yards so far. He's got 1 touchdown, the other one to Coy Fripp. And you can tell here, even early on in the season, Tinsley is going to be one of those dual threat quarterbacks, throwing and running the football. A good, powerful young man. Tinsley, 1 step to the right, comes back to the left. They want to set up the screen over there. Don't get a whole lot out of it. They get about 5. And a good tackle by Noah Lashley to haul his man down. That one was complete.
2nd and 5.
To Chase Owens, I believe.
Player was slow getting up, but he got up, and it seems to be okay.
So a gain of 5 right there. 48 yards passing for Tinsley. So Tinsley with nearly half 100 running and passing. He runs the option this time, keeps it, cuts it, gets down to the 5. And a flag down there. He's near first down yardage again. We'll have to see what the flag is. It came in that holding box.
Little speed option to the right there. He just found a seam and cut it up. Looked like he was close to the first down, but
the officials discussing it, and they're going to mark this one against the Knights. I never saw the indication, though.
I didn't either. The referee was behind Farmington players.
Looked like a
giving
hold.
a signal. Let's see how far they move it back.
The official did indicate it to the official box on the other side. Tinsley got about 6 on the carry.
Yes.
That'll be wiped away. And the Knights will have it at their own 20 here. So the first down marker is down just inside of the 4. You're looking at a 2nd and 16 for the Knights. Twins to the left, 1 man to the right side. Knights have a tight end right here. And they'll hand it off. Off tackle left side is Fripp. Fripp dives to the 15. It's Coach, to be honest, I didn't think that play looked like that. It had much to it, but he gained 5 yards.
Yeah, it was just a little outside zone. The quarterback rides the running back for a little bit and then gives him the ball, and it's almost like an option. The quarterback has the option to keep it or give it, and he gave it, and the back found a seam, and he gained about 4 or 5 out of that.
Timeout on the field for North County. Farmington showing a different look with quads to one side, and Brian Jones wants to talk it over, and we'll step aside as well. 1:35 remaining in the first quarter. Farmington 14, North County nothing. We're back after this pause on Parkland Sports Live.
When comfort matters, count on Capayas Heating and Cooling. Proudly serving St. Francis and surrounding counties, they are your local Bryant Factory authorized dealer, delivering top-quality heating and cooling solutions for your home or business. Founded in 2004 by Chuck Capayas, a family-owned and operated company that you can trust. Visit capayasheatingandcooling.com today. Capayas Heating and Cooling in Farmington, 756-1224.
Hale Memorial Stadium, the site of our opener here this year. Rivalry football, North County visiting Farmington early on. The Knights have been impressive, Coach, and we were kind of talking during the break. You said you really haven't seen much that hasn't impressed you out of the Knights so far.
No, it's just, they've made a few mistakes penalty-wise, but, they come back and make up for them. It's they're doing very well. Very impressive.
Here's a 3rd and 12, though, for the Knights trying to overcome another one of those penalties. First down marker is just inside of the 4. Tinsley puts 4 wides to the right side. He's got 1 man off to the left. Wide receiver to the left is Isaac Fripp. As we said, 4 to the right. Now they want to spin it out there on a screen. And the pass is complete to the 16, a broken tackle. Farmington will be looking at a 4th and about 4 right here on a gain of about 6 to Chase Owens.
Kind of a little jailbreak screen. The inside receiver comes inside. The lineman hit, release, and get upfield on somebody, and picked up a few on that.
It's a little bit longer than I thought, actually. About a 4th and 7 or 8 here.
Yes.
Knights will keep the offense out there, though. Twins to the
North
right.
County's done a good job keeping them out where they took the ball over.
Fripp, the motion man, left to the right side. Tinsley rolls that way. Looks for Fripp. He's covered. Fires to the end zone. A diving attempt on the catch.
Oh,
and a
my
touchdown!
gosh.
Josh McCarthy goes horizontal. He was covered up. Tinsley put it in the only spot he could. And McCarthy dove, went horizontal, hauled it in and dragged a knee. What a play by these Farmington Knights.
What a big 4th down play. They flooded that side with the quads over there, and the kid made a heck of a catch. I mean, it looked from up here like he was pretty well covered too. They just dove and made a heck of a catch. Those are hard to defend.
Sensational play by Josh McCarthy. McCarthy is on for the extra point as well. It was a 12-yard hookup that time. The second touchdown by Tinsley, one on the ground and one in the air. And the extra point sails up and through. 48 seconds remaining in the first quarter. It's Farmington 21, North County nothing. We're back on the other side of this timeout, right here on Parkland Sports Live.
We got small town pride, big time selection. When you need a truck, we hope you point to Pettis. We provide the best service and the best price. We make sure we do what's right, make you a customer for life. We're locally owned, locally operated. When you need a truck, well, don't make it complicated. Just point to Pettis. We're here to answer every question. We got small town pride and a big time selection.
Well, the Knights have had short fields on all 3 possessions, but we've got a candidate for the play of the game on that one, Mike Reeves.
It's a magnificent catch, and in traffic, and the ball is in a spot, the only spot it could be in. And I wanted to allude to that because, guys, what does it mean to a quarterback to know I can throw a ball in tight quarters? I can throw it where only a great catch will be able to occur, and know that your receiver can make that catch. Because we've seen high school kids throw that ball before, but it's not caught. So that's a big difference to have that confidence that you could throw that.
Deep man once again, Brady McClure. McCarthy, the kickoff man. He's kicked one into the end zone. He's kicked another one down to the 1-yard line. He pounds this one deep as well. Then McClure goes over and gets it once again at the 1-yard line. He hustles it out to the 20-yard line. Coach Tinsley threw that one too, kind of on the roll. He was rolling.
It was a sprint right, and their kids kind of ran corner routes, all of them, and it just, like I said, what a boost of confidence for the Farmington Knights. I tell you what, everything they've done, they've been successful at. They've overcome the penalties they've had, and
I went to some practices this week for both of these teams, and to be honest with you, the Farmington practice that I went to, there were a lot of drops.
Really?
A lot of drops.
I haven't seen any. They must have glue
they weren't
in their
by
hand.
McCarthy, though.
They must have glue in their hands tonight, Chad, because
Yeah.
I haven't seen them drop anything.
I haven't either. Let's thank Matt Stroud Excavating and Hub's Pub. You can watch Parkland Sports Live all season long at Hub's Pub. Great to be a part of the action there. Great place, great food and drinks. Brady McClure going to run a tight formation along that left hash mark at the 20-yard line. 42 seconds remaining in the first quarter. 21-0 Farmington on top. One man wide to the right side. That's Sherfus. One man wide to the left, but a flag before it ever got underway. Mike, we're a little bit insulated up here with our headphones on. Are the Farmington fans showing up in appreciation as much as they should because of this great start?
They are, and they were before the game. North County's group before the game, incredibly energetic and ready to go for this one. But when your team takes a 3-touchdown hit right out of the gate, it saps a little bit of the energy out of you. But yeah, the Farmington faithful, they are enjoying the first 12 minutes of football tonight.
Tandem backfield that time. The snap was fumbled by McClure, but Lashley was able to scoop it up and save the day, and then gained 3 yards.
There's just not a lot good going on for North County right now.
Not yet. Last year, North County was impressive in this game. Coach, they rushed for 326 yards, really kind of imposed their will in the game. They'll go with a tandem backfield once again. You've got Lashley and Jesse Johnson back there as they'll bring McClure down under center. The pitch is to Lashley. Gets to the right side now. He's got a little head of steam. Tracked down by McCarthy and hauled down at the 27-yard line, but a good gain of 7 yards on the final play of the first quarter. So it'll be a 3rd and 3 for North County at their own 27-yard line. When we come back to start the second quarter of play, 21-0. Knights on top after 1. We're back with more on Parkland Sports Live.
Do you often ask others to repeat themselves? Is the TV volume creeping up higher? Hi, I'm Dr. Karen Melton, and it could be time to have your hearing checked. Hearing loss happens gradually, making it hard to notice. At Hearing Care Partners, we offer thorough hearing evaluations that uncover even subtle changes in your hearing over time. Early detection can improve your hearing and your life. Start prioritizing your hearing today. Schedule your appointment now at hearingcarepartners.com. At Hearing Care Partners, we listen so you can hear.
After 1 quarter of play, it's 21-0. Farmington leading North County. Back with our second quarter of play. Mike Reeves will get the perspective from the sidelines and next to the crowds as well. Mike spent that first quarter on the Raiders sideline. He's headed over to the Knights sideline now, and your impressions after 1, Mike?
In the interview that our Chad Winch had done with Brent Eckley, he said, I want to look to see how our kids respond when they have to deal with adversity. Well, the adversity was of their own making. 3 penalties deep in North County territory, dealt with them perfectly, found a way to score on all 3 of those, and not just score points, but score touchdowns. That's huge from their perspective that they did face the adversity through it with flying colors.
That's a great observation, Mike. Farmington runs a weird defense right there, and they bring McClure down right at the line of scrimmage. A flag on the play. Coach, have you ever seen a defense do that? The Farmington defense lined up 3 yards off the ball and then ran to the line of scrimmage as it was snapped.
It's hard to stop somebody when they got a little speed on them, something different, something new.
Never seen that before. They run a 3-3 stack. Now, here's an interesting tidbit. Farmington had never run a 3-3 stack, and in their scrimmage, they ran a dummy defense. They didn't run a 3-3 stack, but North County still knew in their preparations that Farmington would be playing a 3-3 stack. So both teams doing their homework somehow.
I mean, you can look at what teams have done in the past. I mean, the soap games, jamborees, or whatever you want to call them, you're not going to show anything in those things. You're going to work on the basic, fundamental things and keep everything for Friday night.
The referees are picking up the flag here, and it looks like they're just going to replay the down.
Well, it's 4th down.
So now, okay, so the penalty declined by Farmington as it was going to go against North County, and now they'll send the punt team out. We'll have our Southeast Missouri Mental Health Center halftime show, so stay tuned for that. We'll pass along all the stats, get coaches' observations, maybe check in with the band. Farmington does not put a returner back for this punt. Cole Mullins was able to get this away, and they just slid into him, Coach, and a flag went out.
There was a flag. Yep, there is a flag.
Mullins did a tremendous job as this one's rolling all the way down near the 12-yard line, but with the 5-yard flag, I think North County is going to have a first down here.
It depends on if it was how bad it was roughing the kicker. It can either be a 5 or a 15.
Yes, sir. But even if it is a 5, they'll have enough
still get a first down.
Move the sticks, but yes. And the Farmington rushers that time really slowed up, but they just kind of bumped into him, and down he went. So it looks like the North County offense will get another try, and as Mike Reeves told us, really the only adversity Farmington has seen, and you've alluded to it too, Coach, is adversity of their own making. Some holding penalties. Now here's a running into the kicker. Elsewhere tonight,
they're going 15 yards on that.
15 yards on that
15 yards.
Elsewhere tonight around the area, you've got some of the SEMO North teams. Jackson hosting Cardinal Ritter. Poplar Bluff is at Valley View, Arkansas. Sykeston playing Crystal City. And then Cape Jackson hosting Cardinal Ritter. Sykeston Central tonight. In the MAFC, those teams, Valley Catholic playing an always good Monroe City team. Owensville makes the trip to Central. Perryville and Fredericktown in a good-looking game. DeSoto's in Illinois at Freeburg. Hillsboro and Moberly. I really like that matchup. Festus and Rolla. Potosi's at St. Clair. St. Vincent at St. Genevieve, and Herculaneum is at Windsor. So Brady McClure under center. Scott Lashley there with him. Takes the snap, but he's in trouble. Gets out of the pocket. Dives forward for perhaps a yard.
Way too much penetration. North County's kids, or Farmington's kids, are getting back in the backfield about as fast as the ball's getting to the quarterback.
Josh McCarthy wrapped him up there. Linebacker. McCarthy's had a huge impact on this game already. A great diving catch. We've seen him make a number of tremendous defensive plays. He's done a great job kicking as well. Here's a 2nd and 10 for McClure and company. Lashley beside him at the backfield. Trips to the left. One man off to the right side. McClure barks it out. Looks to the left. It's just a little hook route that time. 4 yards down the field and complete to Brady Duncan before he's wrapped up.
About four net. Our Farmington's bringing some heat. They brought their outside linebackers that time.
That's kind of what North County has to do, Coach, too, isn't it? Is to get the ball
pass,
out of his hands.
Get rid of it in a hurry because he's not having much time.
McClure with the keeper this time. Rides Lashley's belly through the hole. Keeps it, sprints it. He's got a first down at the Farmington 47-yard line. Good playmaking by McClure that time, Coach. Reading the defense, knowing they're crashing, and takes it outside.
He pulled it out of running back's belly because defense is right on him. As soon as he pulled it, they tackled the running back. He was able to get to the corner and pick up a first down.
We'll hear from the coaches at the half. Mike Reeves, I believe, will catch up with Coach Jones on the way off the field, and then the way back on, we'll hear from Coach Brent Uckley for Farmington. McClure trips to the left, one man to the right. He dodges to the right, tries to come back to the left, and gray shirts are everywhere. A negative 4 yards for McClure right there. And he had Porter Herman right in his face to finish him off.
Hey, Chad, just real quick, an injury update from over here on the Farmington sideline. Mason Probst, the shoulder pads are off. He has an ice pack on that left foot. Certainly looks like he is done for the evening.
All right, thank you so much, Mike. Colin Moon checking in for him earlier, and as Mike told us, he was coming off the field, well, not favoring the ankle, not putting any weight on that ankle at all. Trips to the right, one man to the left side, 2nd and 14 here for Brady McClure. He's got his running back, Noah Lashley, off of his right hip. Lashley had a nice game last year, 7 carries for 48 yards against the Knights. McClure fires it in and out and back into the hands of Brady Duncan. And then Duncan turns toward the outside, gets a first down and more, all the way down to the 34-yard line and a gain of 19 yards. I didn't know if he had it, and I don't think he did either. And then he did.
He one-handed brought it in. I tell you, the quarterback, that's what North County's going to have to do is get quick hitters going because there's penetration. North County or Farmington's bringing 5 or more on every down, and they're just not able to stop them. Somebody's getting through there.
We're under 9 minutes now in the first half. 21-0, Knights on top. North County with their most promising drive so far. A drive that was assisted by a roughing the kicker call on a punt attempt. And now here's Lashley. Off tackle, left side. He's rumbling across the 25 to the 24-yard line. So Lashley with a big hole there and rips off an 11-yard gain. And these Raiders are now finally rolling. 20 yards for Lashley on 4 carries. North County had 200-yard rushers in this game last year. Landon Whitfield led the way, 15 carries, 129 yards. The other one, though, was Brady McClure, a sophomore quarterback at the time, 15 carries and 102 yards for him. And Brian Jones says that's going to be the difference in our team, how fast we can get the replacement guys on the offensive line to grow up.
Yes.
McClure, straight keeper. It's a quarterback lead off the right tackle. Noses across the 20, down to the 18-yard line. A good pickup for North County, and North County now getting into their power game just a bit, and a gain of 6. 4 carries for McClure now, and he's a negative 1 yard. He's had a few losses. Jonah Montgomery checking into that tight end spot. 2 wides to the right side, Duncan and Jackson Sherfus. Lashley, the running back, one wide to the left. A 2nd and 4 here for North County. They've got it at the Farmington 18-yard line. 7:40 remaining in the second quarter. And North County looking for its first score of the game. The Farmington offense has scored every time it's had a chance. So McClure barks it out. 3 seconds on the play clock. 2 now 1. Gives to Lashley. Lashley sidesteps a man. Curls back. Met at about the 16-yard line, but he stumbles forward and got some pretty tough yak yards right there. He gained 3 of the 4 he needed. 5 carries, 23 yards for Lashley, and it's a 3rd and 1, but you can guarantee this is 4 down territory.
This is 4 down. Yeah, down 21-0. That's kind of a no-brainer there.
So Lashley and McClure. And McClure pulls it. He's got one man to beat. Brought down at the 11-yard line. A very nice tackle, but it is another first down for the North County Raiders. But a good job by Hudson Buchanan, coach, because if he doesn't make the play, that's a touchdown.
Yes.
Nice run by McClure, a gain of 5, so he's in the positive yardage category now. He's got 5 carries and 4 yards. The Farmington defense largely controlled the line of scrimmage until this drive. North County starting to gain some leverage. It's a 1st and 10 with the ball just outside of the 10-yard line. So it is possible for North County to get a first down without scoring. The ball is loose, though, and Farmington dives on it on the turnover. Owen Barron hustled over and grabbed a hold, and the center to quarterback's exchange just never happened.
Oh, tough break for North County. They finally got something going, and they turn it over on a fumble.
North County was doing so many nice things. They'd established a really good running routine with McClure and Lashley and had a 3rd and 1 and looked like they were making some things happen and just missed the exchange. Farmington gets it on another turnover here. Their 2nd of the game. And Tinsley, the quarterback, quick pass over to the left side. Got a block. Nolan Blankenship running along that left sideline. It's a gain of 7.
Chad, great eyes on your part to see the play from the North County when they turned it over. That ball never went in the hand of the quarterback. The exchange was never clean, and it popped out. And from perspective, unluckily, open part of the field where nobody was except Farmington Knights.
Mike's got that great field level position down there, and a huge rumbling run out to the 41-yard line. A tremendous effort by Walker Lout. That's a gain of 20 yards. I mean, Lout was just putting people on the ground there.
That was a little play, Chad, what they call a wrap. They pull a lineman from the backside and give the back to the ball, and he follows the lineman up inside, and there's a little zone that time.
They quickly got to the line of scrimmage and did it again, and Lout falls forward for just 2 yards. Mike, I know that you were right down there and saw what happened on that missed exchange. A lot of times you'll see that missed exchange and the ball just kind of sits right there. I'm not sure I've hardly ever seen a ball roll that far on just a missed exchange.
As soon as the exchange was botched, everybody was going to pull.
A Farmington man down. And, of course, we've seen a couple of Farmington players go down and a North County player limp a little bit, and we always hope for the best in any of those cases. 21-0, and boy, North County coach that was their best chance to really kind of get back into this thing, was that last drive. And they were doing some nice things, though. The line was starting to come together. They were kind of using that 1-2 punch with Lashley and McClure.
Lashley was running like a man. McClure, of course, would fake to Lashley and then keep it on the outside. And they had some things going, give their kids a little shot of confidence, and then they turn it over. And
Anderson Tischer was the man down for Farmington.
Looks like he's okay. He jogged off the field.
Nice to see him run off there.
Yes.
Colin McNeil is his listed reserve. So we'll see if we can see big number 64 come in here. Connor Farrell out there. 2nd and 8 for the Knights. That a big run of 20 yards by Lout, then he got it quickly again for 2 yards. Now they'll come back with Fripp as the running back. Gets an option play left side, Tinsley. Tinsley keeps it around that left side, breaks into North County territory, and a good gain of 6 yards.
Pretty close to the first down. He's going to be a little short of it, I believe. It'll be about a half a yard to go.
Tinsley with 6 carries and 53 yards. The ball game, 5 minutes and 35 seconds remaining here in our first half of play. A 21-0 lead for the Knights. They've scored every time they've touched the ball so far. Twins to the right. Got one man off to the left. Farmington utilizing a tight end here. That's a keeper by Tinsley. Straight up the gut. Dives across the 40-yard line and hammers his way ahead for 12 more. Tinsley is a quarterback that I don't know if a whole lot of people are going to want to meet head on.
No, it's just...
He is a powerful young man. Played tight end last year. Farmington 1st and 10 from the North County 37-yard line, and here's a bullet over the middle, complete down to the 17-yard line. That one right in the breadbasket of Nolan Blankenship, and a gain right there of 33 yards. Second time we've seen Tinsley go to Blankenship. Tinsley, it looked to me like he almost brought his arm slot down a little bit and just slung that thing in there. 106 yards passing for Tinsley here in the first half. 1st and 10 for the Knights. They've got it at the North County 16-yard line. They go with a jet sweep. This one's going nowhere. Tremendous play by outside linebacker Jesse Johnson, who tracked it down and slammed him down. Chase Owens losing a yard right there. Coach Eckley told us that he really wants to achieve balance with his offense, and they really have so far, I think.
Yeah, Farmington's been going huddle there the last few plays.
Trips to the right, one man off to the left, and a different alignment this time for the Knights, and a timeout by North County.
Like I said, Farmington's huddled up the last few plays instead of getting on the line and getting a signal from the sideline and running the plays or whatever. I don't know why they slowed down or whatever. Maybe they've got a certain kind of package in there to huddle and call the play.
Let's step aside ourselves. 4:25 remaining first half. 21-0 Farmington. Back after this on Parkland Sports Live.
Since 1941, Busenbark Flooring has been Southeast Missouri's trusted name in flooring. This family-owned business features top quality carpet, tile, and hardwood, along with countertops, kitchens, and bathrooms, all with expert installation. Need to haul it? Busenbark Trailer Sales has you covered. Come see the large selection of dump trailers, equipment haulers, goosenecks, livestock trailers, and more. Visit busenbarkflooring.com and busenbarktrailersales.com, or stop by and see everything at the Fairgrounds exit on Highway 67.
Well, the Farmington Knights have had the ball 3 times, Coach, and all 3 times they've scored touchdowns. The first drive was a little methodical, 11 plays. Then they score in 3 plays, 4 plays, and this is a 9-play drive so far.
Field position explained their second and third TD. This one here, they're having to work for it a little bit.
Twins to each side for the Knights. Tinsley the quarterback. Tinsley, play action fake, looks down the field. Now breaks the pocket, rolling to his right side. He's got a blocker. Ducks inside of the 20 down to the 16-yard line. Gained just a couple of yards that time. North County did a tremendous job that time, Coach. First of all, in coverage, and second of all, to track down Tinsley.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about big difference between Farmington and North County right now, Farmington's given Tinsley a lot of time to throw the ball. North County did a great job in their coverage that time. Forced him to run, and then they were able to keep him hemmed in.
Trips to the left, and a tight end off to the right side. Tinsley with a pump fake, and he's got a man wide open in the end zone. Touchdown, Knights. It's Isaac Fripp. A 16-yard strike. Tinsley to Fripp. Tinsley's got 2 by air and 1 on the ground. The first one for Fripp, and the pump fake threw the defender off the stride.
Tinsley's done a very cool job back there running the offense. Like I said, he's got a lot of time to operate back there.
On occasion, Coach, a ball that wide open sometimes you'll miss because it's too easy, but he put it right where his receiver needed it. And the Knights looking for the extra point and the 28-0 lead. The snap is good. The hold is down. And the extra point sails up and through. 3:46 remaining in the first half. 28-0. Farmington leading North County. We're back after this timeout on Parkland Sports Live.
Matt Stroud Excavating and Hauling has the equipment and know-how to get that job done right. They dig basements, ponds, lakes, roads, and clearings and haul in the rock. Check out Matt Stroud Excavating and Hauling's commercial work at Domino's in Farmington and Fredericktown and Leadbelt Motorsports. Call Matt Stroud Excavating and Hauling today at 701-3258. That's 701-3258.
The Farmington Knights offense, well, they haven't missed a beat, Coach. They installed a completely new offense with completely new foundations, new playbook, new everything, new positions for most of the players. And for week number 1, considering what they had to do in the offseason, I'm pretty impressed.
Yes, very impressive. First game, very impressive.
But Mike Reeves, you were right there in front of that touchdown on the far sideline. That pump fake by Tinsley threw that defender off the route, and it was wide open after that.
Oh, you disconnect on the pass. That open. Good time. A quarterback.
A little bit of a misconnection there with Mike. We had you good for most of the game. We just lost you just a little bit right there. This kick out of bounds by McCarthy. Well, that's McCarthy's first misstep. He's bombed those things deep. Coach, tell us a little bit about that touchdown drive.
Well, they kind of mixed things up. Really threw the ball well, but like I said, I think the big key of their offense right now is their offensive line. Run blocking is very good. Of course, they're giving Tinsley all kind of time to throw the ball. And, the one time that that North County did a good job in the pass coverage, they were able to contain him on the perimeter, and they didn't get much. But
for North County, Coach, it's a little bit of it right now is about confidence. Their last drive was very good, very impressive.
Yes.
But they lost it on a missed exchange, and then Farmington scores. So if you're the coaches, are you trying to tell your offense, guys, you did exactly what you wanted last time. Let's go out and do that again.
Do it again, Get some momentum going into start second half. Come out and start second half. North County will get the ball second half.
Brady McClure pitches to Jesse Johnson looking for the left corner, but Farmington pursues.
Done a great job.
Knocks him down for a 1-yard loss.
Farmington did a great job then pursuing down the line of scrimmage, and very sound defense, very sound fundamental defense.
Coach, what I noticed there is the Knights' perimeter defender closed off the outside, and the rest of the defense pursued and flowed from the inside very well.
Yeah, they're not penetrating and chasing from behind. They run down the line of scrimmage and using the sideline to hem him in. He just ran out of real estate there.
Loss of a yard for Jesse Johnson. Trips to the left side. The narrow near side right there. And a nifty bit of footwork that time by Kyle Strawn. Strawn tight-roping the sideline and gains 9 yards. Well-designed play and very well executed. 6th completion for Brady McClure, the quarterback, for 44 yards so far. And Kyle Strawn has a pair of catches for 15 yards. As we said, we'll hear from Coach Brian Jones going off at the half. We'll hear from Farmington headman Brent Eckley when we come back for the second half. Brady McClure taking a look at 3rd and 2. He's got Lashley in front of him. Quarterback power to the right side. And he's nosing it across the first down marker and then keeps the feet moving to the 50 on a gain of 7. 11 yards rushing for McClure on 6 tries. And to North County's credit, their offense kind of picking up where they left off a little bit last time. Ball right at midfield, 2:40 and counting down here in the first half. 28-0. The Knights leading the Raiders. Farming has scored every time they've gotten the ball. But, Coach, they've really enjoyed great field position the entire game, too.
Yes, they have. It's just North County hasn't had real good field position other than the time they drove down before they fumbled.
Pitch to the left side, Johnson. Johnson looking for the left corner. It's got a block. cuts it back. He's got a first down and more. Gets it all the way down to the 37-yard line and a gain of 13 yards. They blocked that one up well. Wide receiver out there on the left side, Kyle Strawn, really doing a great job working it. And then also you're looking at Logan McCarty, a lineman, leading that as he pulls out to lead block. So 1st and 10 for North County. They've got it just inside of the Farmington 38-yard line. Under 2 to go in the first half, 156. McClure pulls it from Lashley. He's got a seam, but he can't bust all the way down the field. But it's a gain of 12 with a flag on the play.
Oh, boy.
I don't know whether the run is going to hold up. It won't on a hold. But, Coach, what stood out to me on that play is the burst we saw from McClure as he got through that hole.
He rode the back, and then next thing you know, he pulled it out the last minute. I didn't see what the penalty was. Holding, yes.
A hold by the Raiders. First penalty of the night for the Raiders. The Knights have suffered 3. Legal procedure, a hold, and then a roughing the kicker. So we'll try it all again. Go back to the original line of scrimmage, 1st and 10 here. McClure under center. Got 2 backs in the backfield in the traditional I set. Shervis the motion man from the right to the left side. They'll give it to the deep man, and that's Johnson. Johnson trying to nose back to the original line of scrimmage and does manage to lead forward for just a yard. Brought down by Joey Bales. 13 yards for Johnson on 3 carries. A minute and 30 seconds remaining in the first half. 28-0 margin in favor of the Knights. North County will get the football to start the second half. They won the coin toss. They deferred. Shervis, the wide man to the right side. Strawn off to the left. Eye backfield, Lashley and Johnson. Quarterback under center, McClure pulls it out of the belly, and Farmington is not fooled this time. Joey Bales, 5'11", 170-pound senior, was not fooled by McClure. He burst into the backfield and tossed him down for a 3-yard loss. Knights call for a timeout here. Is Coach Eckley actually angling to try to score again before the end of this first half? I think
I would
is.
be, yes.
Yeah.
You know, every play out of that 3-3, Farmington's bringing their outside. They're playing games with their defensive ends and that outside linebacker. And North County just not doing a real good job of picking up. When they're doing something like that, you've got a zone or area block that. Your kid's got to be able to pick up who comes in your area, and they're just not getting a job done very well.
Is that something, Coach, that a high school lineman would be better equipped to deal with later in the season when he sees it on film?
Well, I mean, that's something. It just takes practice, just like everything else. You know, you got to take a lead step and recognize, you know, if you're in that guard tackle offensive line situation there, you've got to realize who's coming. You see the guy going out, you know who's going to be coming. And the thing about it is, North County or Farmington's got some size over there, and it's tough to stop somebody like that when they've got momentum coming.
Trips to the right side. You've got Sherfus over there and Duncan. Jackson is back there as the third wide receiver. They complete it to Sherfus, and he had some room to run. He's down to the 29-yard line. He's near first down territory. It's going to bring up a 4th and manageable, though, for North County here. Gain of 9. Sherfus had a little room to run right there. 7th completion for McClure. He has 53 yards passing. And they're going to bring out their kicker, Cole Mullins, to try to get some points.
Wow.
Last year, folks, Mullins hit a 41-yarder, and he hit a 42-yarder, and he broke a record at North County that was 51 years old. A 51-year-old record.
Wow.
He's going to try to break his own record
46.
right here from 46 yards. The snap is there. The hold is down.
Nope,
Mullins
no
hammers it.
He
and
did
gets
make it. Holy cow.
Gets it. Cole Mullins smashes his own school record, and he hammers a 46-yard field goal.
He didn't get a lot of air under that, kind of a line drive. It just went right through to the inside corner of the goalpost.
Congratulations, young man. Well done.
Wow.
His name's going to be all over the record books before he's done there in North County. Mullins just a junior. He's been the kicker since his freshman day. And there was a day in Brian Jones' coaching career where he wouldn't even kick extra points because he didn't feel like he had the special team staff to do it, and he didn't want to embarrass a kid if he missed an extra point. Now he's got a young man out there that's smashing 46-yarders.
It just, you never know. Year from year, it kind of differs. You know, Coach Weiler and I used to always discuss. I can remember going down and playing New Madrid several years ago and watching their kickers and warm-ups. It was almost pathetic. You know, we both figured, you know, somebody in the student body's got to be able to kick a ball. But, you know, we had a few years where, I remember we played Potosi one year in a scoring slugfest, and had we been able to make an extra point, we probably would have won that game. But we didn't have that accurate kicker. But so it happens.
It might not be tonight, but that type of play right there, I think, is going to win a game for North County.
Yes, oh
year.
yeah.
Hey, guys, one of the things that surprised me, too, was the ball that low not blocked.
Yes.
Normally you'll get a hand on a ball that's that low.
Yeah, good observation, Mike. And, Mike, you were down. Did you see that come off his foot? That thing must have come out of there like a cannon shot. Good kickoff by Mullins this time. Fripp's got it. Fripp's caught by the shirt tail at the 26-yard line, and that's where the Knights will take over on offense at the 46.
Chad, as soon as he kicked the ball, the first thing I thought was, no way that carries 46 yards with that lack of height. And it just stayed on a line the entire time and just snuck inside and over the crossbar.
It's like one of those line drive home runs you get from those big sluggers, right?
Yes. Looked like some of my golf shots today that went over the green.
Knights have the ball, 46 ticks remaining. They do have 2 timeouts. They have 74 yards to go. This is Tinsley now. They're going to let him air it out right here. He's back in the pocket, nowhere to go. Now he's rushing to the right side. Fires it out, and does he complete it? He does complete it, but he completes it to 2 yards for Chase Owens. Probably would have been better served not to complete it. As the clock continues to run. But a good effort by Chase Owens, nonetheless. 25 ticks, 24-23 as the clock continues to count down. Twins to the right, twins to the left. Farmington using a tight end more than I thought they might here in this ball game. And they'll fake the handoff. Tinsley rushing to the left side. He's got some room if he wants it, and he does, to the 30, to the 35 and the 37, and move the sticks. It's a gain of 9 yards.
Farmington still has a couple of timeouts, too.
Yes, sir. 76 yards rushing for Tatum Tinsley. The clock is all the way down to 6 seconds, however. 1st and 10 for the Knights. Tinsley's put together a nice first half, 124 yards passing, 76 on the ground, 2 touchdowns by air, 1 with his legs. 6 seconds remaining here in the first half. Tinsley fakes it, looks down the field, fires it in the middle of the field. Pass complete to the North County 40-yard line. It's a completion of 25 yards, but it is also the final play of the first half. But a good completion right there. And the pass was to Isaac Fripp for 26 yards. And Mike Reeves, I sure think that Brian Jones will be happy with that new school record field goal by his young man, and maybe some things to build off of considering the last couple possessions by the offense.
Thank you very much, sir. The biggest thing that didn't go right for your team was what in that first half?
Name it.
I thought you gained a little bit of momentum offensively on your last 2 possessions. Your thoughts on your ability to start moving the ball a little bit?
I don't know. We pinned ourselves down, pretty early. You could see our sideline, and this is not unexpected.
School record field goal, though, still has to mean something to you. I know you'll think more about it later, though.
Sure it does. We have a lot of trouble. And well, he's got it out right. It's been in place since '73. So, that's the.
We'll see you post game.
Thanks,
guys. Right back up to you.
Nice to hear that. Good news on the field goal. I've had a record since 1973, and then Cole Mullins comes along. That's pretty good stuff.
Yes, I mean back in '73, field goals in high school weren't a very big talked about thing. It was an oddity, so to speak. But most of the high schools nowadays, they've all got pretty decent kickers, and these kids are pretty impressive. Some of soccer, a lot of times they play soccer at a young age, and you can find some kickers. I know my granddaughters play soccer, and one of my friends has a grandson who was playing, and the way he kicked the ball or whatever, and I was pimping him about, hey, there's St. John's next kicker or punter coming up.
Coach, the North County offense, I felt like did finally gain a little traction there in their last two drives, but they're going to have to find a way to slow the Farmington offense.
Yeah, and I mean, feed off that field goal, feed off the last two possessions they had. They got the ball first coming back out second half, so, you never know.
It's a Southeast Missouri Mental Health Center halftime show coming up. We'll break down that first half of play. We'll take a look at the numbers, but let's step aside right now on Parkland Sports Live as we go to the break. 28-3, Knights lead the Raiders.
Why do so many people like working at the Southeast Missouri Mental Health Center?
The pay is awesome. What we do for our clients is awesome. The coworkers that we have, the staff, everybody, it's just, they're all welcoming.
I feel very supported. It's a great network of people that we have working here. We really work together, I think, to try to improve the lives of those that we serve.
The insurance is phenomenal. The cost is minimal. They're good to us. And the benefits are so great, you can't beat it.
Apply today.
When comfort matters, count on Capayas Heating and Cooling. Proudly serving St. Francis and surrounding counties, they are your local Bryant Factory authorized dealer, delivering top quality heating and cooling solutions for your home or business. Founded in 2004 by Chuck Capayas, a family-owned and operated company that you can trust. Visit capayasheatingandcooling.com today. Capayas Heating and Cooling in Farmington, 756-1224.
We got small town pride, big time selection. When you need a truck, we hope you point to Pettis. We provide the best service and the best price. We make sure we do what's right, make you a customer for life. We're locally owned, locally operated. When you need a truck, well, don't make it complicated. Just point to Pettis. We're here to answer every question. We got small town pride and a big time selection.
Come see us after the game. Go Raiders!
Matt Stroud Excavating and Hauling has the equipment and know-how to get that job done right. They dig basements, ponds, lakes, roads, and clearings and haul in the rock. Check out Matt Stroud Excavating and Hauling's commercial work at Domino's in Farmington and Fredericktown and Leadbelt Motorsports. Call Matt Stroud Excavating and Hauling today at 701-3258. That's 701-3258.
Do you often ask others to repeat themselves? Is the TV volume creeping up higher? Hi, I'm Dr. Karen Melton, and it could be time to have your hearing checked. Hearing loss happens gradually, making it hard to notice. At Hearing Care Partners, we offer thorough hearing evaluations that uncover even subtle changes in your hearing over time. Early detection can improve your hearing and your life. Start prioritizing your hearing today. Schedule your appointment now at hearingcarepartners.com. At Hearing Care Partners, we listen so you can hear.
Since 1941, Busenbark Flooring has been Southeast Missouri's trusted name in flooring. This family-owned business features top-quality carpet, tile, and hardwood, along with countertops, kitchens, and bathrooms, all with expert installation. Need to haul it? Busenbark Trailer Sales has you covered. Come see the large selection of dump trailers, equipment haulers, goosenecks, livestock trailers, and more. Visit busenbarkflooring.com and busenbarktrailersales.com, or stop by and see everything at the Fairgrounds exit on Highway 67.
It's the memories made during a weekend with the girls, a family adventure, or a Sunday stroll in historic downtown. At First State Community Bank, we have a strong passion for small business owners and the students and families who live, work, and play here. Our passion for them runs deep because this is our community too. First State Community Bank. Success starts here.
Life can feel like an uphill climb, but no one has to face it alone. Everest Counseling, based in Farmington, has been empowering individuals and families for over 20 years, offering support through life's toughest challenges. Specializing in at-risk youth and serving rural communities, the experienced and compassionate team provides the guidance and the tools necessary to thrive. Whether you're dealing with stress, anxiety, trauma, family conflicts, or just need someone to talk to, Everest Counseling provides personalized services to meet your needs. Contact Everest Counseling today at 573-330-4452.
Looking to buy or sell a home or commercial property in the Parkland? Meet Sonia Wilson with Triple Creek Realty. Sonia is on the cutting edge when it comes to getting your listing in front of potential buyers. Like this charming and updated home located next to Central Middle School in Park Hills. Lots of space, including a 2-car garage and workshop. Ready to make a move? Call Sonia at 573-631-5367 today.
Hi, this is Trent Quiava, owner of Cornerstone Furniture Mattress located in Park Hills. Come in now and enjoy all of our top savings with all the top name brands. We have Smith Brothers, Ashley, Southern Motion, England, and many more. We have all the top name appliances as well. LG, GE, Frigidaire, Bosch, and we offer mattresses. We offer free delivery and setup with 0% financing. Come in now and see our perfect selection and our perfect piece for you. Let us turn your house into a home at Cornerstone Furniture Mattress, located on St. Joe Drive in Park Hills.
It's a 28-3 halftime advantage for the Farmington Knights in this season opener here at Hale Memorial Stadium. Some rivalry football as North County comes to town. The Farmington Knight marching band putting on a tremendous show here at the half, but it was the Farmington Knight offense that put on a tremendous show in the first half. And Coach Bob Stolzer, it all started with great field position for Farmington.
That it did. I mean, from the opening kickoff on, it was pretty well all Farmington. It just, North County never really did stop them. The thing that really stopped them was halftime. They were moving the ball.
Or penalties.
Yes.
Well, even those didn't stop them, I guess.
No, penalties. Their kids kept their composure and made up for the penalties that they had and didn't seem to bother them a bit or whatever. Very, very impressive for a first game. Like we talked about earlier, a new coach, new systems offensively and defensively. A lot of changes in positions. Very impressive. They've been doing their work, obviously, and doing a great job of it.
Mike Reeves, you've had that perspective from the field, and last year it was North County that really controlled the line of scrimmage with 200-yard rushers and then some add-ons as well with some other guys chipping in. But in the first half here, the battle of the line of scrimmage was largely won by Farmington, and I guess until those last two possessions where the North County offense did manage to gain a little traction there.
I thought from a North County perspective, guys, those last two drives for them at least give you a feeling, hey, we can do something right here. We can move the ball. I think the two biggest plays in the football game were the fourth down conversion for a touchdown for Farmington. That if you don't convert that, give the ball back up, who knows? And then the North County fumble when they were finally moving the ball, they got inside the 15, and then the botched exchange between center and quarterback gave the ball back to Farmington. I think those were the two biggest plays in terms of keeping it competitive. I think if those plays go different, it's 28-3 now. It may be 14-3. It may be 21-10. But I think those were the two biggest plays. But up front, there's no doubt the better team tonight has been Farmington, but I do like that North County has found at least a little bit of ground. They found a little bit of momentum. Is it enough to matter tonight, down 28-3? Unlikely that it would be, but it is something to look at moving forward as they look at the rest of the schedule.
We're breaking down the first half here on the Southeast Missouri Mental Health Center halftime show. We'll be looking for, throughout the game, the Domino's Pizza player of the game and the Pettis Automotive player to point to. And I think we've got a couple of nice candidates so far. The Farmington Knights quarterback, first chance he's had to come out here and really run this system when everything is live and rolling. Tatum Tinsley has 149 yards passing and 2 scores. He's got 76 on the ground and a score. And so that's a pretty good candidate. But Mike, something that you pointed out here during the halftime is you've got to consider Cole Mullins as a player to point to after this young guy last year broke a 51-year-old kicking record at North County by blasting a 42-yard field goal. Well, in the first half tonight, he hammered one home from 46.
I've already had 2 different people come up to me on the sideline and said, I'm going to guess you guys know this. What's the record for North County from distance on a field goal? And I said, you just watched it right there. That was it right there. And anytime you've got something like that, well, surely that's a player to point to. If those are the only 3 points they score tonight, it's still something that you look at as, you take that home with you. They certainly hope to have a better second half than just the 3 they have on the board here, but 46 in a high school game. Coach, I love the fact you pointed out it wasn't that long ago that making an extra point in high school felt like you did something. And now some of these kids are hitting 40-plus yard field goals. That's impressive.
It's very impressive. I mean, a lot of stuff you don't see in the collegiate level. It's, that's a long boot. And, fundamentally it wasn't your skying, booming kick that cleared the upright. It was kind of a line drive that hung in that left corner of the crossbar, and I thought he missed it wide from up here, but the officials shot their arms in the air, and what a play.
Yeah, Mike said his immediate concern was, I don't know if this is getting over the line of scrimmage.
And it really did. Guys, most kicks that look like that, they either don't make it to the goalpost, first of all. They fall short somewhere along, or they get tipped to the line of scrimmage. That ball came off so low, make it to the goalpost, first of all. They fall short somewhere along, or they get tipped to the line of scrimmage. That ball came off so low, and I love all the different ways we've tried to describe it. It looks like a golf shot. It looks like I think about it as those major league hitters, the Albert Pujols of the world back in the day, that hit a line drive over the third baseman's head that ends up in the seats.
Yes.
And you're like, yep, that's what that kick looked like. It was just off the foot of the line drive, and for some reason gravity refused to work on it. It just stayed at that same level and went through.
Let's break down the numbers in this first half now. The Farmington Knights were striving for balance. So we talked to Coach Brent Eckley earlier this week, and Chad Winch had him on Knuckleball Primetime and on our pregame show. He said we'd like to have balance in our offense. They've got it. 132 on the ground and 149 through the air, Coach. That makes you awful hard to defend.
Defensively, you've got to play somebody honest like that. Like we talked about right at the end of the half, if you're one-dimensional, defense can load up, put 8 in the box to stop the run, or vice versa, put 8 in the secondary. But, Farmington's got it going well on both through the air and on the ground. It makes it you got to play them honestly. And, again, I keep alliterating that, the battle of the trenches is being won right now by Farmington. Their run blocking is very impressive. They're giving their quarterback all kind of time to throw the ball, and if North County's playing good pass defense, well, then eventually he'll tuck it and run, pick up a few yards possibly. But I'm very impressed with Farmington's line play.
Knights have 281 all told. Let's break it down individually. Now, Tatum Tinsley leads the way not only in the air, but also on the ground. He's got 76 yards there with a score. Coy Fripp with 6 carries and 19 yards. Walker Lout had a 20-yard carry. You add another one for 2, and he's got 22. Chase Owens had a try for a -1. Isaac Fripp with 2 carries and 16 yards. Tinsley has completed passes to 4 guys. Josh McCarthy, I think, has the best individual highlight tonight. He had caught a 12-yard touchdown pass and just absolutely laid out for it. He's got 31 yards receiving on a pair of catches. Nolan Blankenship with 2 grabs for 40 yards. Chase Owens has 5 catches for 32. And you've got Isaac Fripp with 3 grabs for 42 yards. The North County Raiders have 101 total yards, and they actually have more in the air than they do on the ground. I was a little surprised. Didn't feel like that for a while. Brady McClure's completed 7 passes for 53 yards. Jackson Shervis caught 3 of them for 15. Kyle Strawn a pair for 15, and Brad Duncan caught a couple of balls for 23 yards. Brady McClure has 7 carries for -9. He had some nice rushes, but he also had some losses that set those numbers back a bit. Noah Lashley with 5 carries and 23 yards. Brady Duncan with 1 try for a -3, and Jesse Johnson has 3 carries for 13 yards. That's a check of the numbers, and coming up after this break, we thank you first of all for listening in to the Southeast Missouri Mental Health Center halftime show. We'll give you that Capayas Heating and Cooling third quarter reset. Coming up after this time out, we'll be back with your second half of play. 28-3, Knights lead the Raiders. We're
Hi, this is Trent Quiala, owner of Cornerstone Furniture Mattress located in Park Hills. Come in now and enjoy all of our top savings with all the top name brands. We have Smith Brothers, Ashley, Southern Motion, England, and many more. We have all LG, GE, Frigidaire, Bosch, and we offer mattresses. We offer free delivery and setup with 0% financing. Come in now and see our perfect selection and our perfect piece for you. Let us turn your house into a home at Cornerstone Furniture Mattress, located on San Joe Drive in Park Hills.
It's the memories made during a weekend with the girls, a family adventure, or a Sunday stroll in historic downtown. At First State Community Bank, we have a strong passion for small business owners and the students and families who live, work, and play here. Our passion for them runs deep because this is our community too. First State Community Bank. Success starts here.
Looking to buy or sell a home or commercial property in the Parkland? Meet Sonia Wilson with Triple Creek Realty. Sonia is on the cutting edge when it comes to getting your listing in front of potential buyers. Like this charming and updated home located next to Central Middle School in Park Hills. Lots of space, including a 2-car garage and workshop. Ready to make a move? Call Sonia at 573-631-5367 today.
Now the second half just moments away here on Parkland Sports Live. 28-3, the Farmington Knights are leading the North County Raiders, and we'll get the thoughts of the head man for the Farmington Knights, Brent Eckley, at halftime of his first game as a coach of these Farmington Knights. Coach the state title with Jackson and then success at Union, Montgomery County, and all along the way. Well, the debut is looking pretty bright for him here, or at the half anyway, Mike Reeves.
No, without a doubt. And I know there's going to be things coaches are always like. like, and you'll talk about those. But there's a lot more to like than not like from that very first. Especially for a coach in a new program trying to get things settled in on week one in a rivalry matchup.
Let's thank a few sponsors now that we have a moment. We'd like to thank Nuvo Athletic, Cornerstone Mattress Company, Triple Creek Real Estate, Agent Sonia Wilson, and Hub's Pub. You can watch Parkland Sports live at Hub's Pub. We appreciate them having the games on their television. You can always watch the game. Hub's Pub, get some great drinks, great food, and of course some great service. And Hub's Pub, a tremendous member of the community as well, serving the community and also really helping out with the area schools and athletes as well. Are there any adjustments, Coach Stolzer? Right, you talked a lot about the line of scrimmage. What adjustments do you make if you're North County to try to control that area? Well, let's go down and hear from Coach Eckley, and we'll come right back with that.
First off, what did you like most about that first half of your group, Coach?
I felt like we dug ourselves a hole a couple times offensively, but then we worked our way out of it. I was really pleased with that. We had some kids make some plays. Last week, the Jamboree, we didn't do very well in the red zone or third and fourth down, and I thought that was pretty good for tonight.
I know that you wanted to be balanced this year. Most coaches do. That was there in that first half. How much did you like that you were able to run it and throw it fairly efficiently?
I felt I still think there were some areas where we didn't execute real well as far as getting signals, getting lined up. We did, changes a little bit of the field position and timing. We'd probably have a little bit more time on our last drive, but it is what it is.
We'll talk to you afterward. Thank you so much for your time. Guys, right back up to you as Farmington on top.
All right, thank you much, Mike. The thoughts, or some of the thoughts anyway, from Coach Brett Eckley. We missed a few of them there, but we got the message. Happy, not overly exuberant, though. No coach is never completely satisfied, are they?
He was wanting more time. I thought we could have conserved a little bit more time before time went out in the half there. And, it's just when things are going good, you're happy inside, believe me. I know he's got to be tickled inside. He's got a poker face, so to speak, from what I know of him.
If things are going good, are kids more receptive to correction, or are kids like, Coach, 28-3?
Well, if the effort's there, I think they're going to be receptive to fixing things or whatever. And if the effort's not there, a lot of times you might have to get on their butts a little bit or whatever. But, I can't fault any effort on North County's part right now. It's just, like I said, the trenches. I think that right now Farmington won that first half in the trenches. And, I think both are skilled kids are doing a good job. North County's quarterback and the running back doing a good job. When they get the time to throw, or if they've got a little bit of running room to run. But effort's been there on both sides. It's been a good football game so far. It just, Farmington has executed so far and taken advantage of some very good field position that half, and we'll see what happens.
Our halftime sponsor, Southeast Missouri Mental Health, providing mental health services since 1903 right here in Farmington, serving over 350 patients with over 1,000 employees, the biggest employer in St. Francis County, and growing. Find out how you can become a part of their family by scheduling an interview today, dmh.mo.gov, or call 573-218-6800. Talk to my good buddy Rick Capayas, running HR over there, employing a lot of very, very fine people here in St. Francis County. So Farmington going to kick it off to start the second half. And Cole Mullins was certainly a weapon for North County when he slammed in that 46-yard field goal, but Josh McCarthy has done a very nice job with the kickoffs here for the Knights as well. Brady McClure is the deep man. It's a side-spinning kickoff that McClure grabs at the 5-yard line, strides it out to the 20, cuts to the outside 25, 29-yard line, and that's where North County will start the first drive of the second half. North County's last two drives of the first half netted some good positive yardage. They were able to take them both into Farmington territory, and certainly that's the type of effort that they'd like to capitalize and duplicate here in the second half. They'd just like to finish it off and get into the end zone. So the play clock running But Coach Jones calls his entire offense over to the sideline after the kickoff.
They got plenty of time to get out there and set up and run the play.
And here they go. Brady McClure leading the troops out. He's got the same running back, Noel Ashley, in the backfield with him. 3 wides to the right side and 1 off to the left. The handoff is to Lashley, off tackle right side. Lashley's got a big hole, and he's to midfield. Lashley to the 40, picks up a block, cuts back to the 30, all the way down to the 23-yard line.
And a flag.
Huge run by Lashley, and it may just come back.
Well, the flag was thrown right there where he was tackled, not way in the back here. So either way, there's going to be a good gain for North County.
It was a gain of 47 yards
47
on the carry, and we'll see how the penalty figures into it.
I thought I saw the referee pointing to North County.
So you can subtract from 47, 13, and it'll be a 34-yard run by Noel Ashley. Noel Ashley had 5 carries for a total of 23 yards in the first half. He eclipses that on his first carry of the third. And so now 57 yards rushing for Lashley. I mean, that hole was cavernous.
Well, they did some kind of adjusting at halftime, obviously.
So 1st and 10 for North County. They've got it at the Farmington 35-yard line. McClure and Lashley in the backfield. McClure the quarterback. Lashley just off of his left hip. Quarterback keep. Lashley leads him around the left side. He's got a block to the 30, but he lost the ball. It's on the ground, and North County has hopped on top. McClure actually recovering his own fumble. A gain of 5.
They motion from the trip side to the wide side of the field, and the motion man was kind of a lead blocker there on this little sweep type play.
The first 2 plays of the third quarter, though, Coach impeccably blocked.
Yes.
Gain of 5 there. It was a gain of 44 initially by the running back Lashley until it was cut shorter by a penalty. And then a 5-yard gain by Lashley. We're a minute gone here in the third. 28-3, Farmington leads. McClure with Lashley to his right side now, looking for the counter, and the play's blown dead before it ever got started.
North County's running their trip side to the short side of the field right now. Obviously, they're being able to set Farmington's defense the way they want it by running that formation that way.
North County had 1 penalty in the first half. They've got 2 penalties in a row
now.
Wow. It'll be a 2nd and 11 here for the Raiders. Trips to the left, 1 man to the right side. And Lashley, the running back, will stand off the right hip of his quarterback, McClure. Wide receiver to the right side on the island out there is Jamal Robinson, the senior. McClure barks it out, gives it to Lashley. It comes loose. It's on the ground. Farmington has it. Back-to-back fumbles by North County. And Farmington this time gobbles it up. Coy Fripp recovers. Sometimes it's hard to deal with prosperity.
They ran a little wrap play again with a backside line or guard pulling around, leading them through the hole, but fumbled the handoff and
Coach,
turnovers kill.
Really, both of those fumbles, no big hits, Coach.
No.
Just kind of some hands popping at it. Tatum Tinsley brings the troops back out on the offensive side for the Knights. Tinsley had a tremendous first half, 149 yards passing, 76 on the ground. He'll deploy 2 wides to the left side and 3 to the left, 2 to the right, I beg your pardon. Tinsley, pump fake, flies it down the middle, and the pass is juggled and incomplete. Coy Fripp looked like he had his mitts on it for just a moment, but Jamal Robinson with
did a great
coverage.
job of staying with it and was able to break that pass up.
Good work by Robinson out there from that safety spot. Not a bad pass, though.
No. I thought he had it there for a minute.
Tinsley put it on his hand.
Yes.
Robinson just made a tremendous play on defense. They'll flood the left side with 4. Fripp on that wheel route. Tinsley nowhere to go. Breaks the pocket. Rolls to the left. Does he tuck it? Yes. And glides up and then hit out of bounds. And 2 late flags. That was on the other side of the field, but pretty easy to see from here. It's going to be a gain of 3 on the carry, but you're going to tack on 15.
Yeah, 15 to that.
Well, Coach, North County, as we said, with 1 penalty in the entire first half. In the last 5 plays, they've had 3 penalties and 2 fumbles. Tinsley with 79 yards rushing.
Well, that there was nothing intentional, I don't think. It was just a hustling play. The North County player didn't realize where he was, and just a hustle play.
I haven't seen any chippiness out there
No,
tonight.
none. Been a very clean ball game.
Twins to the right, one to the left. Single running back, Lout gets it off tackle left side. This Lout, this guy packs a lunch, doesn't he?
Yes.
A gain of 6.
They could run that play and get 5 every time, I think.
3 carries for Lout and 28 yards rushing. Walker Lout, 5'9", 145-pound sophomore. This kid runs tough now. Tinsley puts Lout off his left hip here. Twins to each side. It'll be a QB keeper. That's the lead blocker. Tinsley noses it across the 35, down to the 32. It's a gain of 8 and move the sticks again. Yep. Tinsley's closing in on 100 yards rushing night. He's got 11 carries, and now he's got 87 yards rushing. Twins to the right, Twins to the left side. 1st and 10 for the Knights from the North County 31-yard line. Give us to Fripp. Fripp and Lout trading back and forth at that running back spot. It's a gain of 4 for Fripp. Fripp with 7 carries, 23 yards. Coach Eckley really likes the burst that Fripp has.
Yes,
he says he can get to top speed very quickly.
So here we are again.
2 wides to the right. 2 wides to the left for the Knights. They're going to reset that line of scrimmage real quick. The Knights actually, Coach, have a number 52 playing as a third lineman on the right side where you usually see a tight end.
Yes.
Quick pitch, Fripp, over to the left side. Fripp runs into some traffic. Well done by the North County defense that time as they shut it down after just a 2-yard gain. Seth Keene over there to make the play. Gain of just a yard. So the Knights really loading up with linemen out there. Who is that extra lineman? That is Chamberlain Tischer. Knights going straight up
What
the
a
gut this
surge,
time. This is
man.
a power run inside of the 10 and down to the 7-yard line. That is straight Tinsley power. That's just quarterback power.
What
straight
a
up
surge.
the gut. Gain of 13. And Tinsley now with an even 100 yards. Farmington running a little pace at you now. 1st and goal from the 8. More Tinsley off tackle right side. Slams his way forward down to the 3. A gain of 6. 106 yards rushing for Tatum Tinsley, the quarterback.
Hey, fellas, keep an eye as you look out there on the field and the blocking that Anderson Tischer is doing. He is just bulldozing people out there.
Good catch, Mike. Here's Lout now, up the gut, between the guards, digging, extra effort, nosing it toward the goal line. He's inside of the 1, but can't make the end zone.
North County did a good job on a goal line stand right there.
Guys get tough in there. Lynn McKinley, Colton Bullock, Seth Keene. The big men down underneath, but it's a 3rd and goal from the Knights. Inside of the 1-yard line, still going from the gun. Lout, the running back. Tinsley is the quarterback. They're both good, tough rushers. They give it to Lout. He is spun into the end zone, but there was a whistle blown before the play ever started on the goal line. And the official says offsides against North County, so that'll move the ball, what, about 4 inches?
Yes.
So an offsides against North County. That'll nudge the ball just a little bit closer to the end zone. It's already inside of the 1-yard line. It's right on the goal line. Tinsley and Lout in the backfield. Tinsley, the quarterback. Hands to Lout. And Lout noses it across the end zone. Lout gets his first touchdown of the year on his 5th carry of the game. It's a 1-yard plunge, and the Knights lead at 34-3. 7:46 remaining here in the 3rd quarter. And for North County, well, that started with the fumble, giving the ball away to the Knights. McCarthy comes on for the extra point try. Holder is Hudson Buchanan. Snap is there. Hold is down, and McCarthy sails it in. 7:46 remaining in the third. 35-3. Farmington on top of North County. And we're back after this timeout on Parkland Sports Live.
Wow. Looking for top quality custom sportswear and activewear? Look no further than Nouveau Athletic. Nouveau Athletic blends innovative design with affordability, revolutionizing activewear for athletes, teams, and enthusiasts alike. From affordable, high-quality team practice wear to specialty sublimated activewear, Nouveau Athletic has grown to become a leader in sportswear and the industry, especially in cheer. Nouveau Athletic, where passion meets quality in every stitch.
For Nouveau Athletic custom apparel locally, contact Tia Cunningham at 573-701-6015.
35-3, Farmington leading North County. Mike Reeves down on the field. When Brink Epley first started his head coaching career, Mike, it was all through the air. That was power football right there.
And I think now they see that they can do it. And, Coach, you brought up earlier, let's keep an eye on the fatigue-type factor. Well, North County didn't have a whole lot of players. It's a lot smaller roster. They got a lot of guys going two-way. Farmington doesn't have that so much. And I don't know how much that played into it, but they just plowed their way down the field.
Yeah, they're going to be getting tired. They've been on defense all night long, and you expend a lot more energy defensively than you do offensively. So I imagine their kids are getting a little tired, but they're not sitting on their heels. They're staying after it.
McCarthy punches this one down to the goal line.
25.
That's where the quarterback McClure grabs it, hustles it back to the 24. We talk about guys that, are doing a lot of work on multiple different sides of the ball. You got McClure running quarterback and also returning kicks. And they'll ask a lot of that youngster this year.
Yes.
He's a talented young man.
Got somebody, got a player down. Looks like a North County player down.
See if we can identify that young
10
man for you. I'd like to tell you about Capias Heating and Cooling, proudly serving St. Francis and surrounding counties. Capias Heating and Cooling, founded in 2004 by Chuck Capias and his wife Chris. Sons Chuck, Eric, and Brian, daughter Amy. A family-owned and operated company you can trust to provide you with the best possible sales and service experience. They stand behind their work, committed to being here for generations to come. CapiasHeatingandCooling.com. North County football. Got it at their own 24. That started. Coach, the last three possessions, they started to move the ball. Two of them, they fumbled it away. The other one, they did get a 46-yard field goal. But they're starting to do some nice things here. Straight snap to Lashley that time. Lashley puts it in his left hand, takes it around the left side for 3 yards.
Guys, it looks like a left leg cramp for Brady McClure. He's the one who's down here on the side. Interesting thing, one of Farmington's players, Corbin Phillips, when he saw the cramping, he grabbed the leg and pulled up the toe to try to help him a little bit. You don't see the opposing player do that very often. Sportsmanship on display.
How about that? There's something new. So Noah Lashley, guys, is basically the emergency quarterback for North County. With a week's preparation, it very well could be Ryan Wisnowski. But Lashley is kind of the guy, if McClure has to come out right now like he just did, then they'll say, Noah Lashley, you step behind center. But they've got a young guy they feel good about, a sophomore in Ryan Wisnowski, and they say if they can get him some prep time, he could be a long-term answer if they actually would lose McClure. Gain of a yard that time by Lashley, by the way.
Farmington's gone to a 4-4-4 type defense. It's cover three, zone coverage down. I don't know if they've got new bodies in there to where they're playing a different defense, but their four-man front's causing just as big as problems as a three-man front did a while ago.
Nice to see Brady McClure back on the field. So the Knights have 3 men down in a stance on that defensive front and 2 more going from a stand-up position, and a tremendous defensive play by Jackson Tinsley for the Farmington secondary, running step for step with the right wide receiver, another Jackson, and both Jackson. It was Jackson Tinsley and Jackson Sherfus, and Tinsley's the one that slapped the ball down. So 4th and 9 for North County. And Mullins comes in to, well, you would think punt it away. Guess you never can be sure. Snap is there. Mullins puts the right foot into it. He's under a little bit of pressure, but got it away. Farmington fields it cleanly. And they'll run it a turn along that left side and gain 14 yards. Good return by Kendall Wright for the Farmington Knights.
Yeah, and another positive thing for Farmington's their special team play. They've been very impressive on all phases of their kicking game tonight, returns and their kicking game.
Here's the score that I guess I should say 50% of coaches love, Coach. If you can get up by those 35 points, then it kind of starts that clock.
Yes.
So this is a important possession in that respect for the Knights here. And you've got a new quarterback in it, A.J. Robbins. Robbins hands it off to Fripp. He makes two men miss, but eventually he's hauled down in the backfield on a good sure-handed tackle by Jesse Johnson. Good work by Jesse Johnson. Fripp with no gain on the play. The Knights feel very good about this junior A.J. Robbins. Tinsley is a guy that can run tough. He's got tremendous leadership ability. He can command a huddle. He's got all the intangibles of a quarterback. And by the way, he's got some pretty nice physical skills. But the Knights feel like maybe A.J. Robbins has a livelier arm than Tatum Tinsley. And in the long term, might become a more prolific passer than Tinsley. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's Farmington or who called the timeout here, but if it was Farmington, they're probably trying to get their second unit regrouped and everybody where they're supposed to be. It could have been officials' timeout, too, for water. This time of year, they usually take several timeouts for water.
We'll be looking for a Domino's Pizza player of the game later on. Oh, we're looking all night, actually. Domino's Pizza, it is delicious. It's customizable. It brings people together. Call your Domino's. Go online, Domino's.com, or download the Domino's app today. Carry out or deliver your local Domino's in Farmington, Park Hills, Bonne Terre, Fredericktown, Potosi, and St. Genevieve. Domino's bringing you the C Pizza player of the game. Each game, one player will be selected, receive a free... Player gets a free large topping one pizza from their local Domino's. That's pretty good stuff. All right, Knights looking at a 2nd and 10. A.J. Robbins, the quarterback, fakes it, looks downfield, lets it loose, has a man deep, throws it over the top of the defender, and it's in and out of 2 sets of hands. Brady Duncan had it deflected as a defender, first of all, and then Isaac Fripp had it go in and out of his hands as well.
Pretty good ball.
Pretty good ball. Maybe just could have turned loose of it, maybe just a touch sooner, perhaps. And the Knights at the North County 40-yard line, looking over to the far sideline for the play call. Running a little bit of personnel in as well, trying to get
legal man downfield.
It'll set the Knights back 5 yards. 4th penalty for the Knights tonight for 35 yards. So Robbins, running quarterback, quick pass off to the left time, little bubble screen for the Knights. Down to the 37-yard line, Chase Owens catching another ball and an 8-yard gain. Chase has been involved tonight, 6 catches for 40 yards for Chase. Robbins showing a little pocket presence. Kind of holds that ball high, Coach, like you like quarterbacks to do. So he's ready to turn loose.
Get rid of it in a hurry.
Yeah, twins to each side now. Robbins rolls to the left, looking deep. He wants to air this thing out. He's chucking it deep, and he throws it right off the chest plate of Isaac Fripp.
I think
he hit him right between the 1 and the 5, didn't he?
Had 2 receivers in the same area at that time, which one of them might have ran a wrong route. Usually you try to avoid a situation like that. Because if you've got 2 receivers in one spot, you're going to have a couple D-backs in your hip pocket as well.
Threw a pretty good ball, though.
Yes, he did. That's a couple of good long balls he's thrown.
So it's a 4th down for the Knights. 4th and a long 6 or a short 7. Take your pick. A.J. Robbins, the backup quarterback for the Knights on the field. They're going to run a lot of verticals here. And he had Coy Fripp wide open along the right side. But instead he locked in on Corbin Phillips down the middle, threw it into a little bit of traffic and incomplete.
Okay, North County takes over.
It's the first time the Farmington offense has been stopped all night, Coach.
It is.
Yeah. And you can kind of see, too, the last couple of possessions, they've been kind of ground and pound with Tinsley. They put Robbins in there and they say, okay, let's see your arm.
Yes.
Which is kind of the strengths of each of
Couple
those
of near misses.
Yeah, Chad, that was one of those that's really weird from the perspective of your quarterback numbers look bad, and he hit 2 receivers that would have been for big gains, and then he couldn't hold on to it.
Yeah, and he ends up 0 for 2, right? That's a good point. The Knights defense got tough right there. And that was a straight dive play by Lashley, and he gets nailed right there at the line of scrimmage. The clock counting down at 4:45. 35-3, Farmington leads in this ball game. The Knights have scored on every possession except for their last one, the one that was just completed. And now we've got a Farmington player a little bit late to get up. Let's go ahead and take a timeout, folks, on Parkland Sports Live. 4:40 remaining in the third, 35-3, Farmington leading North County. We're back after this.
Why do so many people like working at the Southeast Missouri Mental Health Center?
The pay is awesome. What we do for our clients is awesome. The coworkers that we have, the staff, everybody, it's just, they're all welcoming.
I feel very supported. It's a great network of people that we have working here. We really work together, I think, to try to improve the lives of those that we serve.
The insurance is phenomenal. The cost is minimal. They're good to us. And the benefits are so great, you can't beat it.
Apply today.
Hale Memorial Stadium, the site for our opener this year on Parkland Sports Live. Farmington with a player down as we step aside for just a moment, but nice to see him at least sit up here, and they'll get him the help that he needs. 35-3 is the score. 4:40 remaining here in the third quarter. It's really been all Knights tonight. Kind of an interesting schedule for Farmington this year in terms of kind of the whole story of Brent Eckley taking over here, because you got your rivalry game up front. Next week, Farmington goes to St. Clair. Then your SEMO North opener against Poplar Bluff. It's kind of interesting, though, that Coach Eckley will get to play against 2 schools
that he coached
that
at.
he used to coach
Yes.
at. Yeah, so Jackson, of course, and then Union a little bit later on in the season. North County football. McClure rolling it to the left side. He's under heavy pressure. Tries to duck out of it and can't do it. He's ripped down in the backfield, and Farmington, Wyatt McDowell swallows him right there and throws him for a 10-yard loss. So McClure's had some nice runs, but he's also had some losses. And so he's got 9 carries for 4 yards. North County's got a 3rd and long here. 3rd and about De La Sioux. 4 minutes remaining here in the third. 35-3. First down markers all the way out at the 47 line of scrimmage. It's back at the 27. McClure rolls to his right side. Zips a pass over to the right sideline and completes it. Threw a dart right there. Well done. So he threw that one out there to Jamal Robinson, and they'll say penalty. Well, they've cost themselves on a few
Holding.
Yep.
Another hold.
Oh, I beg your pardon, the pass was incomplete. I thought they had ruled it complete.
Okay, incomplete.
So they declined the penalty. And now Cole Mullins steps in to punt it away. The Knights have started to go into their depth chart a little bit. Already backup quarterback in there. We've seen a few defensive linemen come in. Mullins gets it off clean. He's been under pressure on most of his punt attempts, but gets that one off clean. Took a little back bounce that time in favor of the Knights. Farmington will start this drive at its own 45-yard line. So we talked a little bit about Farmington's schedule, and Coach, you noticed that North County had to go across the river
Yes,
to find a team to play last year, and it was a very good game. A narrow loss to Glenwood Chatham last year, 35-31. They'll make that return trip this year.
Yeah, and I have no idea anything about Glendale, how good they're supposed to be this year.
I know one thing. They've got a running back named Herschel Walker on that team. How about that? Here's Coy Fripp. He blasts up the middle for 6 yards. Yeah, I saw the roster. I'm like, you kidding me? They have Herschel Walker on this team?
Hey, Coach, I'm kind of curious about something, though. You were in this for so long. How hard is it to schedule the way you want to, competitive enough to get to games that, you compete in, not too easy, not too hard? How difficult is that?
Hey, football scheduling is tough. I was athletic director with St. John for 9 years as well. And I tell you what, football is absolutely crazy. It's trying to schedule varsity games, because you've got a limited time when you can play them, Friday or Saturdays. The other teams have to be open, have an open date then, and it's just a nightmare.
A.J. Robbins, quarterback for the Knights. He's got Coy Fripp as the running back out there for him. Oh, what a move on the left side. The pass complete to Isaac Fripp, and he just danced around a defender and bolted down the sideline for a 15-yard gain. Nifty jitterbug by Isaac Fripp.
It was a nice move, and they're back after it. They're fast running, playing again. Little sweep run of the short side.
That was the first pass completion, guys, of the second half for Farmington. Just didn't feel like it. Coy Fripp running it again. He rips off a big gainer of 8 yards right there. Nice work. Oh, I beg your pardon. It was the second completion of the second half. I missed that one. All right.
Ooh.
Good defensive effort that time by North County, as Coy Fripp is hauled down by Jackson Sherfus. Lynn McKinley a little bit late to the party there, but helped out. And a 3rd and 1 for the Knights. Clock continues to tick at 1:45. Knights on top, 35-3. Farmington pushing it from the left to the right side. As you can see the action. Here's Lout once again. Blasted up the middle, needed a yard. He got 2. I like what I've seen from Lout in this ball game. Just kind of sticks his nose in and pushes that pile down the field.
Been a pretty hard hitting ball game. There's going to be some sore young bodies tomorrow morning when they get up.
Yes, sir. Knights have it. 1st and 10. The North County 16-yard line. Robbins running quarterback. Lout is running back. Lout takes it around the left side. And modest gain. He's got 3. Lout was 7 carries and 36 yards rushing. The entire Knights football team looking over to their sideline to see what the play call is going to be. Now they'll set it up. 2 wide to the left, 1 man off to the right side. And Robbins wants to throw it, zips it into the end zone for a touchdown. Nifty looking pass. Chase Owens scores it. And Robbins gets his first touchdown pass as a Knight, this time from 17 yards out. A good route right there. Just kind of right in that middle seam. That skinny post to the end zone.
Oh, they set up the pass play by the runs they had. They ran a little play action pass then, and I guess it made the D-backs kind of stutter step or freeze for a second, and the receiver got by him for the score.
Robbins put a good ball right on him, too. Snap is there on the extra point try. The hold is down, and McCarthy's been perfect on the extra points as well. 42-3. Farmington leading North County. 43 seconds remaining here in the third. Let's step aside. And your kickoff coming up on Parkland Sports Live. Hale Memorial Stadium here in Farmington. It's the opener of the 2025 football season of Missouri High School football, and Farmington with a brand new coach, a Hall of Famer, state champion coach, and Brent Eckley. His systems and his teams have been successful everywhere he's been, except his last stop was not successful at Harbor in Arkansas. Just didn't work for him for some reason.
I don't think he had the talent down there what he's had up here in Missouri.
Went 4-18 there in a couple of years. Said it was just kind of a different environment. Well, here's a line drive kick to the end zone. McClure's got it, brings it out right in the middle of the field, across the 25-yard line to the 28.
Guys, I think he may already have the quote of the year, and we're not even through week one. But when he was asked about that by our Chad Winchin, he said, one thing I found out by going down there, they can't pay you enough to lose. It's hard. Competitors don't want to come out on the wrong side of the scoreboard. You want to win games. And it was tough for him to do that there, it tells you. And, Coach, I love what you said. You can be a great coach, you can have a lot go for you, but you better have some players that can play this game.
You better believe it.
What's the old slogan, guys? It's less about the X's and the O's than the Johnnies and the Joes, right?
There you go. Both of these teams are, I noticed, I looked at the Misha website today as they put their districts out for the fall or for the end of the season. Both of these schools, Farmington plays two teams on their regular schedule that they may face in their district play. In Poplar Bluff and Cape Central, and North County's kind of the same way. They've got three that they might face in the playoffs or in the district playoffs down the road: DeSoto, Hillsboro, and Festus. I think all three of those teams are going to be pretty tough this year. DeSoto, I think, is on the uprise or whatever, and of course you've got Hillsboro and Festus, who've been very good the last few years. It's always kind of tough to play somebody twice in 1 year. They always say it's very tough to beat someone twice, and I've seen a lot of that.
Well, take a look at the DeSoto game from last year, Coach, as an example. North County beat them 42-14 in the regular season. Now, they still won by 10 in the playoffs at 31-21, but if you were at that game, it was actually a lot tighter game than that.
Closer.
10 points. DeSoto was a team that improved throughout the year. Rush Schmidt's got them, I think, as you said, on an upward trajectory. So we're ready to start the fourth quarter.
Chad, I'm doing this by memory, but didn't Farmington have a good regular season game prior to their district game last year and then lost a district game after having a very good run in a regular season game? It happens a lot.
You're exactly right, Mike, as they were able to beat Poplar Bluff 36-33, but they lost that playoff game 56-21. Nice memory down there. Mr. Reeves, a good little keeper that time by McClure, and he gets 9 yards. McClure's kind of been a yo-yo today. He's gone forward and backward and up and down. He's got 10 carries for 13 yards. And the interesting part about that, Mike, was that they won at Poplar Bluff, but the playoff loss was right here at Hale Memorial Stadium. So McClure, quick pass off to the left side. A little block being thrown out there for Kyle Strawn. He's got a first down and more on a gain of 11 yards. McClure's numbers are not going to come out of this game sparkling, but I think that he's a nice dual threat talent around this area. He's a young kid that is a good runner, and he's an improving passer. I think he's going to do some nice things this year.
Yeah, if their line can improve their pass blocking skills, I mean, like right now, that last play, Farmington brought six people up again, and it's tough for your interior five to stop six.
And I think you mentioned it earlier on, Coach, as McClure rolls to his right side, completes it to Jackson Scherfus, and Scherfus has 4 yards. It's been really North County's kind of inability to maintain a consistent running attack.
Yes.
Brought down by number 20, Hudson Buchanan.
So 4-yard pickup there. 9 completions for 68 yards for Brady McClure, and 10 minutes and 18 seconds on a continuous counting clock for the time being anyway, with that 35-plus point margin. Twins or trips to the right side, one man off the light. That's Strawn on the left side, creating even a greater gap over there as he goes in motion. And now they'll run a little motion over to the left side and throw that pass out into the flats, and a good reception as he turns upfield. Brady Duncan, he's going to evade everybody
Couple
and take it all the way to the end zone. How about that? 48 yards. Brady Duncan makes a nice grab out of the backfield, a little jitter on the sideline, and it outraces everybody to the end zone. First touchdown of the game here for North County. And Duncan's putting together really a pretty nice night. 71 yards receiving now. He's got the 48-yard score right there. And McClure now has gone over 100 yards passing, as he has 116 with the touchdown. The extra point, however, is muffed, as they are not able to make a clean exchange between center and holder, and the Knights are able to smother it in the backfield. 9:53 remaining here in our fourth quarter of play. 42-9. Knights lead North County. We're back after this on Parkland Sports Live.
North County 9, your Farmington 42.
Pettis Automotive, 4x4 truck lifted up, fully loaded. Music up, windows down, off-roaded. Whenever I need a truck, I know where I'm going. Point to Pettis. New truck, used truck, big or small. Point to Pettis. Whatever you need, we got it all. Just give us a call or click the link below. If you need a new truck, used truck, now you know where to go. Here at Pettis Automotive, we're committed to making you a customer for life. Our selection is second to none. So if you're in the market for a new or used truck, just make sure that you point to Pettis.
Of course, when you're down,
it's tough in a rivalry matchup when the scoreboard isn't on your side and you're looking to take something positive into the next week. North County finally got something there.
Yes, they did. They were able to get into the end zone. Unfortunately, they botched the snap on a PAT, but hey, they got in the end zone, and that's going to be some definite food for working this week.
As we take a look at their kicker, Cole Mullins, Mike, you've been down on the field to watch this guy ply his trade, just a junior, and I talked with Coach Jones this week about the entire team, but this Cole Mullins is a guy that Coach Jones thinks could play college football, and I agree with him. I think he could be a kicker for somebody and do the job on Saturdays.
And let's be honest. If you can kick and kick effectively, and if you can kick from distance, if you can do those things, so many football games at that level are decided by the kickers. I mean, it's amazing how many nights you watch the kickers determine games. I would love to see him get the chance.
Mullins smashes this thing back to the 1 yard line. Coy Fripp fields it, races it out on the left side to the 34. So we saw the arm of A.J. Robbins. Coach Stolzer a little bit on that last series, and he threw a nice touchdown pass over the middle the last time we saw him.
But he did. It's the receiver did a few nice moves too. Had a couple missed tackles, or he broke a couple of tackles, and to get down there.
Yep. Chase Owens ran a nice route, made a good grab. Robbins, quarterback, he's got Lout behind him as the running back. Hands the ball to him, straight dive action right here. Lout runs into a whole lot of traffic right there. Starting front, still out there for North County on the defensive line, and that's Lynn McKinley, 6'2", 245 junior. A good, tough kid, but you know what else is going to help to make this North County team a good, solid squad this year? Lynn McKinley is an academic all-state player. And Seth Keene is also an academic all-state player. So when you have good kids, smart kids, hardworking kids, 2 of the 4 across the defensive line are academic all-state guys, it's a good sign for you.
Hey, you tell them when you're teaching in your teaching phase, you tell them one time and they absorb that and they're able to help the other kids out as well. It's very important. Football way back whenever, I guess, Chad, when you and I were young, football was kind of a football. Now, I don't think if you don't have a little bit of intelligence, you're going to see much time on a football field.
When your players are coaching each other, you know the program's going in the right direction, right?
Yes.
Yeah. 3rd and 3. The Knights. Robbins, he's played most of the second half here. And Farmington will run another fresh running back into the ball game as they get off to Hudson Buchanan. He breaks a tackle at the line of scrimmage and gets down to the 35-yard line. It's a gain of 22 yards.
That's that little, what I call a G-wrap play. They pull a backside guard, lead him up through the hole, and their backs really hit the ball hard.
Buchanan got met at the line of scrimmage, but he kept the legs going.
Yes.
So the Knights have it, the North County 36. Hudson Buchanan, the running back. Robbins keeps it, rides him through, and Robbins is down to the 31 before he gets decked right there, but pretty good gain, 4 yards for him there. The Knights have really gone deep in their lineup now. They've gone down to their third stringers in some case. Robbins with the keeper right there, just read the mesh point. That's what the starter Tatum Tinsley did to great effect in the ball game. Tinsley with superb numbers tonight, 149 in the air and 106 on the ground for him. He's got 3 touchdowns. Be a good candidate for a Domino's Pizza Player of the Game. Robbins slings this one out to the right side. And that pass is completed for Adam Bilgreen. Adam Bilgreen.
Very close to first down. Nope, they got it.
Did they?
Yes.
So a gain of 5.
Yes.
First down for the Knights.
Robbins has 4 pass completions now for 45 yards. So if you add the 2 quarterbacks' passing totals together, they're closing in on 200. And they're also closing in on about 150 in terms of the rushing category when you add up what the quarterbacks have done. Lout back in the ball game. Lout off tackle, left side, runs into a pile of Raiders that time, gains 3. Lout's got 9 carries and 47 yards. 7 minutes and ticking down in this fourth quarter. Coming up next week, we will be covering the Central Rebels as they head north to take on the Jefferson Blue Jays. On Parkland Sports Live. We'll have Central in week 3 as well, as Fredericktown will pay them a visit. And Mike, that Fredericktown Central ball game last year is about the best game I've seen in years.
It's one of the most entertaining and back and forth, and at the time unexpected, because you looked at what the programs had been in recent years. It turned out that Fredericktown was going to end up having a pretty good year, and it was as thrilling, and I didn't know if we were going to ever get to go home, but I don't know if we really wanted to. It was so much fun.
In the rain, and the cold, and the wind, but it was just absolutely such a fun ball game because, as you said, kind of the unexpected nature of it in terms of where the 2 programs were. Central was the defending state champions. Now, of course, we know they lost everyone. I mean, they lost so many guys, but still the stature of the program. And Fredericktown trying to kind of become a building program, but such a great ball game. But we had so many great ball games last year on Parkland Sports Live. The Farmington Central game was so good. Farmington scoring the 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter to win that one. The Potosi Central game where Central scores late. Whoever put that schedule together? Oh, yeah, Jason Lowry. Nice job, Jason Lowry. Well done putting that schedule together for us last year. Lots of fun games, and we're hoping for the same. Timeout on the field. Greg Allen will be part of our broadcast team. He and I will trade off as your play-by-play men. Of course, Mike Reeves in on all the broadcasts, and we welcome in Coach Stolzer joining us on several games this year as well. So we thought we'd bring somebody along, Mike, that actually knows something about football this year, right?
Got rid of Jake Whitener. That was a good decision. Obviously joking. We love what Jake did for us last year, and he's had an opportunity to move into the admin side of things at Farmington High School, and I know it hurt him to get out of the coaching part of things. I know that's hard. You really love it, but good for his family, good for him, and I got a chance to say hi to him before the game as well. So now, Coach Stolzer, you'll be a welcome addition as we get somebody that knows the game for a change. That'll be nice.
Who are we going to get?
Who are we going to get? And then if you leave, we'll talk bad about you the next year.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. I'm not leaving.
That's how it works. Now, Jake Whitener was just such a great one of our teammates last year. We had such a great time with him. Jacob Towers on the engineering side, absolutely couldn't do it without him. And then Wyatt Cawley doing a great job with our camera work as well. So Appreciate all these guys. We've built a really good team in a short amount of time here at Parkland.
Another
Sports
first
Live.
down.
Yeah. Another first down right there. And another rush for Hudson Buchanan. He's got 4 yards right there. He had that big burst earlier where he broke a tackle and rushed forward for 22 yards. Tack on 4 right there. And the clock continues to tick down at the 5:50 mark of the fourth quarter with Farmington threatening once again. Not really a bad thing to get your backup quarterback some early work in the season.
No, because you never know, and number one's going to go down. The experience is invaluable.
Trips to the left. Farmington working with a tight end as well. Buchanan is the running back. They'll give it to him. He's trying to get to the outside on the right side. Cuts back. Nifty running by Buchanan inside of the 10-yard line. He looked like he was going to be thrown for a loss and manages to gain 5 yards. Pretty nice feat by Hudson Buchanan.
Was. Good balance.
3, 4, 5, 6. The Farmingtonites have 7 rushers tonight, and they've had 5 players catch passes. So they've really gotten a lot of people involved. They've got a 2nd down and 5 here from just inside of the 10. On the 9-yard line. A.J. Robbins, the quarterback. Lout back in as the running back. Knights keeping it on the ground, and Lout just pumps it straight between the guards and into the end zone. A 9-yard touchdown run by Walker Lout. Walker has really put together a nice game as the 2nd-string running back. He has 2 touchdowns. He's got 11 carries and 59 yards. Well done, Walker Lout. 48-9. The Knights lead the North County Raiders 4:43 remaining here in the fourth. And the Farmington Knights are saying, do we have a kicker? Is there anyone around here who kicks? And the backup kicker says, I'll give it a try. This is Caden Truman. Josh McCarthy has been perfect as a kicker tonight. What say you, Caden Truman? Snap is there. Hold is down. And Caden Truman says, I've got a right leg as well.
There you go.
Knights on top, 49-9. 4:43 remaining here in the fourth quarter. Back after this on Parkland Sports Live.
Do you often ask others to repeat themselves? Is the TV volume creeping up higher? Hi, I'm Dr. Karen Melton, and it could be time to have your hearing checked. Hearing loss happens gradually, making it hard to notice. At Hearing Care Partners, we offer thorough hearing evaluations that uncover even subtle changes in your hearing over time. Early detection can improve your hearing and your life. Start prioritizing your hearing today. Schedule your appointment now at hearingcarepartners.com. At Hearing Care Partners, we listen so you can hear.
49-9 Farmington, and Farmington has kind of rolled in their depth there and managed to get into the end zone again.
Yeah,
and coach, a pretty impressive drive there.
Took them about 5 minutes to get down there on 9 plays. They kept it on the ground for the most part. One little pass mixed in there with it, but Walker Lout took it in from 9 yards and another very impressive run. You know, it's just their backs run hard and good balance. They break tackles. Again, very impressed, even if they're younger kids.
McCarthy is on to kick it away, so they'll bring in the regular kickoff man to do the job here. Brady McClure back to receive, and once again he grabs it at the 1. I mean, McCarthy's put him at the 1 just about every time, but a good return out to the 30. You know, something that I'd mentioned earlier, Coach, that maybe I should modify, something that I had kind of noticed, it's good to get your backup snaps and experience, but what I didn't say is he's done more than get snaps and experience. A.J. Robbins has shown competence.
Yeah, confidence, and they've executed as well. And, you know, that is great having kids, you know, your second or third teamers, whoever's all in there, get them some experience, get them some success, because you never know when they're going to need to go and spell somebody or somebody gets hurt. Gives you as a coach a little bit more confidence in putting those kids in a ball game.
The Raiders will bring out Jesse Johnson as the running back here. They've got their starter, Brady McClure, in at that quarterback spot. In fact, the starters still out there at the rest of the skill spots as this pass is flipped to the right side to Brady Duncan, and he might do it. Duncan in a foot race to the 30, to the 20, to the 10, and nearly all the way to Bonterre. A 69-yard strike by these North County Raiders. What a run after the catch by Brady Duncan. Well, that'll make you feel good.
He's got some wheels.
He certainly does. That'll help your passing stats. And Brady Duncan now has well over 100 yards receiving as well. I'll run some of the numbers here real quick and let you know. The extra points, you can count it, 3:36. Remaining in the fourth, 49-16. And the Raiders aren't done quite yet. We step aside here on Parkland Sports Live.
Since 1941, Busenbark Flooring has been Southeast Missouri's trusted name in flooring. This family-owned business features top-quality carpet, tile, and hardwood, along with countertops, kitchens, and bathrooms, all with expert installation. Need to haul it? Busenbark Trailer Sales has you covered. Come see the large selection of dump trailers, equipment haulers, goosenecks, livestock trailers, and more. Visit busenbarkflooring.com and busenbarktrailersales.com, or stop by and see everything at the Fairgrounds exit on Highway 67.
Well, Brady Duncan goes 69 yards down that right sideline, and not even Mike Reeves could catch him there. Mike, you were right there where he caught it, but he even beat you down there.
I have been impressed that each of the touchdowns that went the direction of North County came on impressive sprints down the sideline. I mean, guys that put a little afterburner on there. Sometimes you get late in the blowout game and you don't think you're going to see that. So, again, things that you take that you like. If I would have had the golf cart I saw down here earlier, I might have had a chance, but never in my best day was I going to be able to run with either one of those guys that was going down the sideline. Goodbye and good night. They were gone.
Hey, Mike, we would have given you an A for effort if you would have attempted it.
I tell you what, if it wasn't for the fear of the Achilles, the hamstring, the quad, the knee, the ankle, I might have tried it, but outside of that, no.
So you would have given the A, but it would have been for Achilles, right?
Yes, and I would have been carted out of here. No, not worth it. I'll just watch them run. It's more fun.
Okay.
Here's Coy Fripp, the return man. Fripp gets knocked around to the 20, but he breaks the tackle. Now he's to the 30. Fripp to the far sideline, 40. Fripp to the 50. Digging into North County territory to the 45 and the 43-yard line. There are flags everywhere.
Yes.
And usually on this type of a play, it's a hold or a
block in the back.
Yeah. And it'll definitely bring Farmington backward here. The officials will huddle around and sort that out. And we'll be naming in 3 minutes and 24 seconds our Domino's Pizza Player of the Game and our Pettis Automotive Player to point to on our Mac Tech postgame show. Mac Tech, ready to roll up your sleeves, dive into a hands-on career. Mineral Area College, ready for you. Their Mac Tech industry and technology programs are all about getting to work and making things happen. Welding, HVAC, auto tech, construction, and more. Take the first step to a fulfilling career in a Mac Tech program. You can apply today at mineralarea.edu. Who's your alma mater playing tomorrow? You know?
Arkansas State.
Arkansas State.
It's a money game for them.
Okay.
They getting paid.
So we're talking about SEMO.
Yes, Southeast Missouri State University going down to Arkansas State in Jonesboro, and be anxious to see SEMO after coming off a playoff year last year, what they put back together again this year.
Well, Mike, they had a big discussion, and they moved all 22 guys way deep into Farmington's territory, and then apparently they said, no, we're just going to take it all the way back out to where you ran it to.
Did they wave the flag? Nope, they're going to, I guess, I don't know if they waved the flags off or what, but
Here's the deal. If they waved that off, that's the most number of flags ever waved off on one play in football history, because there were a few of them that came out of there. Yeah, I was waiting for it to come back towards the end that I'm standing at, the north end, but nope, it didn't happen.
Knights getting contributions from several running backs tonight, and there's Buchanan, and Buchanan pushes it forward for a 12-yard gain. He has 4 carries for 43 yards. So we're talking about Coy Fripp tonight, Tatum Tinsley, Walker Lout, and the latest running back doing a nice job is Hudson Buchanan. Usually when they call offsetting penalties, they'll replay the down.
Yes.
But perhaps,
since it was a kicking
perhaps
down.
It was an offset. Here's Hudson Buchanan again. He kind of works through the guards this time. And a late flag right there. Buchanan pushed it forward for maybe 3. Oh, that was Lout. I beg your pardon. So we'll mark that one down on Lout's sheet. But we'll have to wait and see what the flag is as well. It came down kind of right at the end of the play. 2:57 remaining in the fourth quarter. 49-16, Farmington going to win this one. North County a winner last year in a tight one, 24-17.
Oh, it's against North County, marching it off.
Farmington won the one before 2 years ago, 28-14. And then, so march off 15 yards.
Yep.
Personal foul against North County. 5th penalty for 55 yards for them. We'll catch up with Brent Eckley after this one's all over. Mike Reeves will be down on the field with Coach. And we'll see what Brian Jones wants to do. The handoff to Lout. Lout just entered that hole standing straight up and down.
Straight
that time,
up, and they met him.
Haven't seen him do that.
They met him right in the hole. He might be getting a little tired. How many carries has he had tonight?
That's 12 for
12
him.
for him?
For 60 yards. Fripp had 12 for 40 yards. Tinsley, 13 for 106. So they really split it up pretty well tonight. Clock continues to roll to 2:22, 2:21, 2:20 mark. Twins to the right, one man to the left. Lout, the running back. And they go with the jet sweep this time, and they get another man involved. That's Ian Marler. I beg your pardon. Not Ian Marler. He is a North County player. That was Judge Abishon. Gain of 2 for Judge Abishon. A lot of weight on your shoulders if your name is Judge. Now Lout's back there, but Judge Abishon is still in the slot. 1:45 and ticking down here in the fourth. A.J. Robbins has gone most of the way in the second half for the Knights. Robbins calls out the signal, gives to Lout. And Lout once again falls forward. Bear hug, but falling forward for a 5-yard gain. Lout could very well be their guy with the most carries in tonight's ballgame before it's all said and done. He's got 13, that matches Tinsley. Not a bad gig for a backup running back.
No, and I can kind of look for him to get it again here.
4th down for the Knights. 4th and 4. Ball at the 8-yard line.
Minute to go.
They'll keep Lout and Robbins and company out there for the 4th down play. And the ball is snapped in and out of the hands of Robbins. And Robbins grabs it and runs out of bounds at the far sideline. And I'll tell you what,
short.
He got close to a first down,
he did.
But just shy. Robbins has a couple of carries for 9 yards rushing. And 48 seconds remaining in this one. Farmington will improve to 1-0. They will go to St. Clair next week. And North County will go across the Mississippi and play at Glenwood, Chatham, Illinois. North County's kind of got a weird schedule a little bit this year, Coach. Their first 3 games are all on the road. Do you ever have that in all your years of coaching?
I don't think I remember doing that, but it makes it tough. I tell you what. By the time week 4 gets around here, they're going to be tickled to death to be home.
And their first home game in week 4 is against Hillsborough, so that's no easy chore.
nice to be home, but that opponent a little salty.
Yeah. Hillsboro is, I think, they're playing at Moberly tonight. So they're making a road trip just about a half hour north of Columbia.
Yes.
It's a pretty good bus ride.
You got a little history with Moberly, don't you, Chad?
I do. I spent 12 good years there, calling a lot of sports. Yeah. There's McClure off to the left side, and Brady with a good tough run and a gain of 11 yards. Called some state champions up there, Coach. The Centralia Panthers under Coach Earl Bennett had some really tremendous teams.
Really?
State champions. The South Shelby Cardinals won a state title.
South Shelby.
Head coach Kento Laughlin. And Monroe City, who's playing Valley tonight, had a tremendous run under Dale Labrie for a while.
Dale was from my hometown, Festus.
Was he really?
Yes.
And then
he and his brother were both coaches. His brother coached at California, Missouri for a long time.
That's right.
We played them
Gary Labrie,
yes, we played them in the semifinals at St. Jen back in I want to say 98 maybe.
Then I called a couple of championship games for the West Strand Hornets, who lost both of them to the Valley Catholic Warriors. West Strand coached by Curtis Jasper, who's now at Joplin and doing a very nice job. So saw some nice teams up there. 39 seconds remaining here in the fourth quarter. 49-16 is the score.
I didn't know I was going to get a real good history lesson, or I'd have brought my notepad and I would have taken notes. I like that stuff. I mean, I'm just tuning in. I'm like, oh, that's right, from that part of the state. That guy, nice. I like it. That was good stuff.
I was going to say this is in your wheelhouse, Reeves, but you know the history here better than I do. I'm kind of an all over the state guy, and you know all the stuff from around here.
Interesting that you got a chance to look at that Valley Catholic team, though not necessarily having been here and know a lot about them. You learned about them as the opponent coming in.
I did call a South Shelby at Valley game one night in a state playoff game. South Shelby, all they ever did was run the ball. All they ever did. Well, they came out the first play at Valley and ran a flea flicker for a touchdown. So they had done a little self-scouting, I think, for that game. Here's McClure. He's busted loose. I thought he might take it all the way for a minute. Nice gainer by McClure. Goes from the 7-yard line all the way out of bounds at the 35, I believe. We'll see where they mark it. So a gain of 29 for McClure. Of course, Mike Reeves, I imagine you probably were in on the coverage the year that there were 2 state championships that went to the town of St. Genevieve. Was that 92, Coach?
It was 92, yes.
That had to be one amazing year around here.
That was really something. I can remember USA Today ran an article on 2 state champions coming from such a small community of about 4,500. That was a really neat day in St. Genevieve.
So, Chad, I called my first game in this area in 1989.
There it is.
So, yes, I was there in the early 90s and have played it right on through up to 2025. It's been a long haul, my friend.
It's been fun, though, right?
Oh, my goodness. That's why you keep doing it.
There you go.
I think the best answer I ever, my wife asked me, she said, when are you going to not do this? And I said, when I dread going to work, I'll quit. Yeah. And I've not had that happen yet.
Or if you have to run all the way down the sidelines chasing the play to watch him go in the end zone, report on that, Mike.
If you guys start requiring me to run with yes, that will be the end of it right there. Fair enough.
So 92, Valley wins Class 1. You guys win Class, was it 3?
Class 3.
But we won't talk about who won the regular season game, though. We don't want to talk about that.
We got handed to us that game. After that, our kids got a taste of defeat. They didn't like it, and we got better. It would have been fun to play them at the end of the year again, but that's the thing about football. Unless you're in the same classification, play somebody in the playoffs, you only get one shot at them, and they took it to us.
I bet that made your team a lot better team.
Yes, our kids did not like that, and they came back that Monday and started working their tails off, and the rest was history.
The rest of it, we got some good history to talk about. And then Coach Stolzer got many more wins after that and ended up in 2 Hall of Fames because of your great coaching career. Coaches Hall of Fame and the Missouri Sports Hall of Fame, right?
Correct.
That's a nice place to end your career.
Yes, very appreciative. I had a lot of good people behind me, a lot of good kids went into that. It's not a one-man deal.
I hear I know when a lot of people talk about your career, the next name off their lips is Bob Weiler.
Yep. Like I said, I had some good people working with me, and you talk about a right-hand man, that was more than that. Doesn't even do him justice.
Just 15 seconds left. It was a good gain by North County, but they're backed up with a penalty. And they're going to let Brady McClure fire all of his bullets tonight. He hands it off, and here's a big gainer up the gut. Good gain by Jesse Johnson. Jesse Johnson's shown some good things tonight. And that's a gain of 28 yards by number 28. Good tough run by Jesse Johnson. 41 yards rushing for him. And this game has reached its conclusion now, 49-16. The Farmington Knights are now 1-0 under head coach Brent Eckley. And the North County Raiders fall to 0-1 on this season. They will go across the river to Glenwood, Chatham next week. And the Farmington Knights will go to St. Clair. We're going to step aside and take a timeout. And we come back, we'll have your Mac Tech post-game show and also our post-game interview with Mike Reeves and Brent Eckley.
Matt Stroud Excavating and Hauling has the equipment and know-how to get that job done right. They dig basements, ponds, lakes, roads, and clearings and haul in the rock. Check out Matt Stroud Excavating and Hauling's commercial work at Domino's in Farmington and Fredericktown and Leadbelt Motorsports. Call Matt Stroud Excavating and Hauling today at 701-3258. That's 701-3258.
Hi, this is Trent Quiava, owner of Cornerstone Furniture Mattress located in Park Hills. Come in now and enjoy all of our top savings with all the top name brands. We have Smith Brothers, Ashley, Southern Motion, England, and many more. We have all the top name appliances as well. LG, GE, Frigidaire, Bosch, and we offer mattresses. We offer free delivery and setup with 0% financing. Come in now and see our perfect selection and our perfect piece for you. Let us turn your house into a home at Cornerstone Furniture Mattress, located on San Joe Drive in Park Hills.
The Farmington Knights victorious in their opener this year, the 2025 football season, 49-16 over North County. Chad Speaker here, and Coach Bob Stolzer, Mike Reeves, our man on the field, Jacob Towers, our engineer, Wyatt Cawley, doing great work with our camera here tonight as we'll broadcast a full season of football here on Parkland Sports Live. Thanks to, let's give a nod to Jason Lowry and Mark Toby for starting this podcast, and then we kind of jumped on board and started to provide a little sports coverage for him as well, and we've had just a blast doing it. But, Coach, it kind of started out with a good kick return by Josh McCarthy. That set a little precedent for Farmington that they would have good field position for most of this ball game, and they were able to take their first 5 possessions down the field and score touchdowns.
Yeah, I mean, they had a nice return on the opening kickoff, and then they went to work and just kind of mixed the running with the pass. And like you had said, you talked to Coach Eckley earlier in the week. He was wanting to establish that balanced offense, and they certainly did so. Their first couple of drives ended with a couple of sharp runs, scoring in their passing game, scored the next 2, and then after that they kind of mixed things up and worked out very well. Like I said, their offensive line did a great job, as did their defensive front. Very impressive. Week 1 season looks like more like a week 5 or 6 or 7 football team, but good ball game. North County they're down a little bit. The numbers game caught up to them a little bit, I think, but I never did see their kids quitting or whatever. They fought in until the very end. They were able to put a couple scores in the end zone.
Well, it took them a while to get some traction on offense, and when they finally did, they turned it over. They did manage to drive the ball a little bit, but then some turnovers stopped those drives.
Yeah, and I don't care what age you are, whether you're high school, junior league, college, NFL, or whatever. That's good. It plays with your mind. You got things working for you, and all of a sudden you turn it over. The other team takes it down and scores on that, then you get something going again, and it gets your dauber down a little bit.
Let's go down to the field as Mike Reeves has Brian Jones.
Certainly appreciate your time, Coach. Your general thoughts, though, just on.
You can open that mic up to us a little bit, Mike. Mike, if you could point that mic to us a little bit there.
To the
there you go.
To the game, to the end of the game. As far as what we saw, we got some growing up to do. We got some guys that they got out there and they saw another live team that's going to be pretty good, and they kind of got a little bit shocked, and that's to be expected from young guys. We shot ourselves in the foot some. We played well at times, and then we did some things that they took advantage of at times. So,
did you see anything tonight that you were surprised? Expect after going through summer practices and getting.
His personal record by 5 yards. So, other than that, no, I don't know if there's any surprises. Some disappointments. I ask. We're not real good at following directions still, and I've bragged a bunch on these guys about being good kids, and for whatever reason this evening we decided that we weren't, in the locker room. So I'm really disappointed about that, and I'm not sure how that's going to be addressed yet, but it's frustrating to say the least.
When you look forward, a lot of coaches talk about teachable moments. I assume.
Kind of lost you there, Mike. If you could swivel that bottom. There we go. Lost you just a little bit there, but we'll hear from Coach Eckley. Let's go ahead and run some numbers and hand out some awards tonight, guys, as the Farmington Knights get 457 yards of total offense. They get 263 on the ground and 194 in the air. Tatum Tinsley threw for 149 and 2 scores, and his backup A.J. Robbins threw for 45 yards. Here we go. Ground 185 through the air for 342 total. Brady McClure actually threw for 185 tonight, so his numbers ended up looking pretty good. He had a couple of big ones late. 53 yards on the ground by Brady. He was just under the team lead. Noah Lashley had 9 carries and 60 yards. Jesse Johnson with some good carries late. He had 4 carries and 41 yards on the ground. And guys, we've talked it over. Our Domino's Pizza player of the game, we're going to go with Tatum Tinsley. His first time in making a play you can point to for making a difference. And the guy making a play you can point to for making a difference. And the guy that made the difference, we feel like, for his team tonight was the kicker for North County, Cole Mullins. And he's a guy, when the game's going to be a little bit closer maybe on another week, he might win a game for him by doing what he did tonight. He blasted through a 46-yard field goal, and that is a school record. He breaks his own school record from last year, which was 42 yards. By the way, the last person that broke the record, that was 51 years before that. So North County has themselves a weapon in Cole Mullins, a young man that we all feel like is going to continue to really do nice things for the football program there at North County as their kicker. Now, he's going to get on the field in another capacity as well, but what he does in that kicking game really does make a difference for the North County club. The Farmington football players have just been turned loose, and Mike Reeves is down there going to catch up with Coach Brent Eckley and get his thoughts after this opener, where Coach Eckley now is, 1-0 as head coach of the Farmington Knights. Take it away, Mike.
Farmington victorious on opening night, and Coach, I think for an opener, as the person standing sideline watching it, I liked a lot of things. Did you like a lot of what your team did tonight?
Yeah, I was pretty pleased. I think we were fairly clean in the game. Did we have a turnover? I don't think we did.
Don't remember a turnover.
I don't think we did. I know we didn't punt.
A couple of penalties and mistakes there.
Yeah, we failed on 4th down here, but it was like we weren't going to try to kick a field goal in that situation. Yeah, so overall I was pretty pleased. You know, there's some errors, but for first game, I'm pretty pleased. And especially when you look at it, I don't know if you all were paying attention, but when we start on offense, you know, we've got 3 sophomore receivers, you know, and we've got a sophomore rotating through at running back. And we've got some sophomore center. I mean, we've got some young guys in there. And so I'm pleased with the young guys. It's not easy to make that transition to playing on a Monday afternoon to playing on Friday night.
One thing I remembered in your discussion this week with Chad Winch on our network, you had said, I want to see what happens when we have to face adversity. What do we have? Yeah. Well, your adversity was of your own making a few times with penalties, but you responded really well after they happened.
Yep, I was really proud of that. It's like the guys didn't get tense. They didn't get on each other. They just figured out a way to make plays. And so, you know, one could say, well, you know, you're better than the other team, so it should be easy. But the score's 0-0 to start with. You know, you got to earn that.
When you look at the big picture of week 1, what do you really want to take out of it other than the result on the scoreboard? Do you take enough out of it that you want to out of this opening week?
Yeah, you know, I can't tell you, you know, how proud I am of the kids. I'm really proud of them. With that said, I want to make sure that as we move forward, I'd sure like to get in a game where the other team has more guys helped off than us. And sometimes, you know what I mean, and I don't mean for us to be dirty, I just mean for us to have an idea of like, hey, I'm a little dinged, but I can play. And I'm not saying any of our guys are soft or anything like that. I'm just saying I hope that we get seasoned enough that like, that hurts, but I'm good. And that's something that I think teams grow in a little bit. And you know what? When your brothers are counting on you, you can't take yourself out. You don't want to be off the field. They'd have to drag you off. And I think we're still drawn together as far as that team goes. And so, like I said, I no matter what else I say, I'm super proud of our kids.
The importance of getting a lot of people on the field tonight and a lot of snaps, and a lot of them played very well. What's the importance of that moving forward?
Oh, that's good. That's good. You know, creating depth is good. And I thought during the summer we did a nice job with that. Our players did a nice job with that during the summer, as far as when one guy was gone, the next guy'd step up and get good quality reps. And I was pleased with that. And so that was important tonight. I think we created a little bit of depth there. You know, we got a couple guys that are dinged, and I don't know what that looks like for the future. You always hate to lose a guy, and I know we're going to have one that'll be out for a little while. We'll just have to see about the others. But, you know, when we've been good, we've been healthy at the end of the season. You know, and sometimes when you're not healthy at the end of the season, man, it can get you, and it's like, well, you're not the same team you started with. So, anyway, but yeah, I'm pleased with the kids. A lot of different kids, like you said, got off the sideline and contributed and did their job.
Wrap it up with this in terms of your system, the ability to make good decisions. You have to do a lot of things mentally with this, in addition just to what you physically do. Yeah. Were you pleased generally with that aspect of it?
Yeah, for sure. For game one, boy, it was real. I can't say enough. Quarterbacks both really played well. Tatum had a little more pressure on him, had to do a little bit more with his legs. But both of them made really, really good decisions, and they get everybody else set. And they both did a great job managing. I was really pleased with both of them, taking care of the football and handling it. And they're the ones that have the most burden mentally. But our other kids, I thought they played fast and comfortable. They weren't standoffish, and they weren't indecisive.
Certainly appreciate your time. Congrats on week 1. We'll see you down the road.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Guys, right back up to you. That is Brent Eckley, 1-0 at Farmington, just to add to all the accolades he's already had in his career.
All right, thank you so much, Mike Reeves. And Farmington victorious tonight, as we said, 49-16. So a good opener for Brent Eckley. And for North County, a little bit of success late. Coach, you always want to try to find a little bit of success to build on for next week. North County had a few explosives late in that game that maybe they can point to and say, hey, guys, look at how we executed this. Let's move forward with that.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the good things they had. They had some, high points in the night. You take away the turnovers, and, they're going to play a lot better than – giving it back to the other team, letting them score, or the other team scoring. But, you look at the positives and then go back to work on Monday and try and improve on the things that need improving on, obviously, and try and get better each week as the year goes on.
Knights 1-0. They'll go to St. Clair next week. North County 0-1. They'll cross the Mississippi and play at Glenwood Chatham, Illinois. For our team, I want to say thank you to a great job tonight as well. Jacob Towers, our engineer, Wyatt Cawley, our camera person. Tremendous work by you guys. Nice job by Mike Reeves down on the field. And I've talked to you so many times, Coach, and I think I even had you work with some of my guys when I was working at another place.
Yes.
But absolute pleasure to have you
it's
in the booth with us.
Good to do it. I enjoyed it and look forward to next week.
Bob Stolzer and I will be at Jefferson next week where the Central Rebels play. Mike Reeves will be alongside, and we're looking forward to that one as well as the rest of the season right here on Parkland Sports Live. I hope your home team did well tonight. Now I'm going to go join mine.
It's the memories made during a weekend with the girls, a family adventure, or a Sunday stroll in historic downtown. At First State Community Bank, we have a strong passion for small business owners and the students and families who live, work, and play here. Our passion for them runs deep because this is our community too. First State Community Bank. Success starts here.
Looking to buy or sell a home or commercial property in the Parkland? Meet Sonia Wilson with Triple Creek Realty. Sonia is on the cutting edge when it comes to getting your listing in front of potential buyers. Like this charming and updated home located next to Central Middle School in Park Hills. Lots of space, including a 2-car garage and workshop. Ready to make a move? Call Sonia at 573-631-5367 today.
Looking for top quality custom sportswear and activewear? Look no further than Nouveau Athletic. Nouveau Athletic blends innovative design with affordability, revolutionizing activewear for athletes, teams, and enthusiasts alike. From affordable, high-quality team practice wear to specialty sublimated activewear, Nouveau Athletic has grown to become a leader in sportswear and the industry, especially in cheer. Nouveau Athletic, where passion meets quality in every stitch.
For Nouveau Athletic custom apparel locally, contact Tia Cunningham at 573-701-6015. Why do so many people like working at the Southeast Missouri Mental Health Center?
The pay is awesome. What we do for our clients is awesome. The coworkers that we have, the staff, everybody is just, they're all welcoming.
I feel very supported. It's a great network of people that we have working here. We really work together, I think, to try to improve the lives of those that we serve.
The insurance is phenomenal. The cost is minimal. They're good to us. And the benefits are so great, you can't beat it.
Apply today.
When comfort matters, count on Capayas Heating and Cooling. Proudly serving St. Francis and surrounding counties, they are your local Bryant Factory authorized dealer, delivering top quality heating and cooling solutions for your home or business. Founded in 2004 by Chuck Capayas, a family-owned and operated company that you can trust. Visit capayasheatingandcooling.com today. Capayas Heating and Cooling in Farmington, 756-1224.
We got small town pride, big time selection. When you need a truck, we hope you point to Pettis. We provide the best service and the best price. We make sure we do what what's right, make you a customer for life. We're locally owned, locally operated. When you need a truck, well, don't make it complicated. Just point to Pettis, we're here to answer every question. We got small town pride and a big time selection.
Do you often ask others to repeat themselves? Is the TV volume creeping up higher? Hi, I'm Dr. Karen Melton, and it could be time to have your hearing checked. Hearing loss happens gradually, making it hard to notice. At Hearing Care Partners, we offer thorough hearing evaluations that uncover even subtle changes in your hearing over time. Early detection can improve your hearing and your life. Start prioritizing your hearing today. Schedule your appointment now at hearingcarepartners.com. At Hearing Care Partners, we listen so you can hear.
Since 1941, Busenbark Flooring has been Southeast Missouri's trusted name in flooring. This family-owned business features top-quality carpet, tile, and hardwood, along with countertops, kitchens, and bathrooms, all with expert installation. Need to haul it? Busenbark Trailer Sales has you covered. Come see the large selection of dump trailers, equipment haulers, goosenecks, livestock trailers, and more. Visit busenbarkflooring.com and busenbarktrailersales.com, or stop by and see everything at the Fairgrounds exit on Highway 67.
Matt Stroud Excavating and Hauling has the equipment and know-how to get that job done right. They dig basements, ponds, lakes, roads, and clearings and haul in the rock. Check out Matt Stroud Excavating and Hauling's commercial work at Domino's in Farmington and Fredericktown and Leadbelt Motorsports. Call Matt Stroud Excavating and Hauling today at 701-3258. That's 701-3258.
Come see us after the game. Go Raiders!
Hi, this is Trent Quiava, owner of Cornerstone Furniture Mattress located in Park Hills. Come in now and enjoy all of our top savings with all the top name brands. We have Smith Brothers, Ashley, Southern Motion, England, and many more. We have all the top name appliances as well. LG, GE, Frigidaire, Bosch, and we offer mattresses. We offer free delivery and setup with 0% financing. Come in now and see our perfect selection and our perfect piece for you. Let us turn your house into a home at Cornerstone Furniture Mattress, located on St. Joe Drive in Park.